The hard problem of consciousness. Why does experience exist? Have you ever stopped in the middle of an ordinary moment and realized something that feels almost impossible to explain? You look at the sky and see blue. You hear your favorite song and feel something deep inside you. You taste coffee, remember an old memory, or suddenly feel the sting of regret. None of these experiences are just information. They are felt. They happen from the inside. That simple fact sounds obvious until you ask one uncomfortable question. Why does any of this feel like anything at all? Why is there an inner world instead of just a machine processing information in complete silence? The strange part is that after centuries of philosophy and decades of neuroscience, nobody has a satisfying answer. We know an incredible amount about the brain, yet the most personal thing any of us has ever known remains one of the greatest mysteries in existence. Think about what modern science can already do. Scientists can scan the brain while someone solves a puzzle, falls in love, or remembers a childhood birthday. They can identify regions that become active during pain, fear, happiness, and decision-making. They can even predict some choices before people consciously report making them. Every year the map becomes more detailed. Every year we understand more about neurons, electrical signals, chemicals, and networks. But then something strange happens. Even if you explain every neuron firing inside a brain, you still have not explained why there is an experience attached to those firings. You can describe every physical event with incredible precision, yet there is still a missing piece. Where does the feeling come from? Imagine building the most advanced robot ever created. It can recognize faces, solve impossible equations, laugh at jokes, comfort people, and even tell you that it feels lonely. From the outside it behaves exactly like a conscious human being. But here is the unsettling question. Is there actually someone inside experiencing those thoughts, or is it simply producing the perfect performance? You cannot open the machine and find a tiny screen displaying feelings. You cannot point to one neuron or one circuit and say this is where sadness lives. Even if every behavior looks identical, experience itself remains invisible. Now turn that same question back toward yourself. How do you know other people are conscious? You cannot directly experience anyone else's mind. You only assume they have an inner world because they behave like you. It is a reasonable assumption, but it is still an assumption. That realization can feel deeply unsettling, because consciousness is the one thing you know exists with absolute certainty in your own life. Yet it is also the one thing you cannot prove exists anywhere else. This puzzle became famous because philosopher David Chalmers gave it a name. He called it the hard problem of consciousness. It is called hard because it is fundamentally different from questions about memory, attention, language, or perception. Those are difficult scientific problems, but they are problems that seem solvable by studying the brain. The hard problem asks something completely different. Why should physical processes create subjective experience in the first place? Why is there an inner movie instead of complete darkness? The more you think about it, the stranger everyday life becomes. Every person you pass on the street carries an invisible universe inside their mind. Every fear, dream, heartbreak, hope, and memory exists in a private space that nobody else can fully enter. We spend our entire lives surrounded by consciousness, yet we only ever experience one perspective. It is like standing in a room filled with sealed books, knowing each one contains an entire world that can never be opened completely. Some scientists believe consciousness is simply what the brain does once it reaches enough complexity. According to this idea, billions of neurons interacting create awareness the same way individual water molecules create waves. At first, this sounds satisfying. Complex systems often produce surprising behavior. But critics point out that this explanation still leaves the biggest question untouched. Complexity explains what the brain is doing, but not why doing those things should feel like anything from the inside. A calculator processes numbers without experiencing mathematics. A computer stores images without seeing beauty. So why should a brain be different? Others have proposed even stranger possibilities. Some philosophers argue that consciousness might be a fundamental feature of reality, something as basic as space, time, or matter itself, instead of consciousness appearing only after enough neurons connect together. Perhaps it exists in some tiny form everywhere, becoming richer and more unified inside living brains. At first, this sounds unbelievable, but remember that many ideas in physics once sounded equally impossible before evidence forced people to rethink reality. Whether this idea is true is another question entirely, but it shows just how far thinkers are willing to go because conventional explanations still leave enormous gaps. Psychology adds another twist. Your brain constantly edits your experience without your awareness. It fills blind spots in your vision, changes memories over time, filters information, and creates a stable sense of self from countless changing processes. Experiments have shown that people can confidently explain decisions that were actually influenced by factors they never noticed. Your conscious experience is not a perfect window into reality. It is a carefully constructed story created moment by moment. Yet even if that story is partly an illusion, the experience of having the story is undeniably real. The illusion itself still has to be experienced by someone. Perhaps that is why this mystery refuses to disappear. It is not just another scientific puzzle waiting for better technology. It reaches into every part of what it means to exist. Love matters because it is felt. Pain matters because it is experienced. Joy, grief, awe, curiosity, and hope all depend on the existence of consciousness. Remove experience itself, and the universe becomes nothing more than particles moving through empty space without meaning. Maybe one day science will uncover a theory so powerful that consciousness finally makes sense. Or maybe future generations will look back at us the way we look back at people who believed the stars revolved around Earth. But there is another possibility that is even more fascinating. The human mind might simply be trying to understand something that lies beyond the limits of the very tool doing the thinking. If that is true, then the greatest mystery in the universe is not hidden in a distant galaxy or buried beneath the ocean. It has been quietly looking through your own eyes since the day you were born. If reality is real, can we ever prove it? Picture this. You wake up tomorrow morning, walk into the kitchen, pour yourself a cup of coffee, and everything feels completely normal. The sunlight comes through the window. The coffee smells familiar. Your phone lights up with notifications. Nothing seems unusual. But then someone asks you one simple question. How do you know any of this is actually real? Not believable. Not consistent. Truly real. At first, the answer feels obvious. Of course it is real because you can see it, touch it, and experience it. But the moment you try to prove it, everything begins to fall apart. Suddenly you realize that every piece of evidence you have depends on the very thing you are trying to prove. Your senses tell you reality exists. But what if your senses themselves cannot be trusted? That single question has haunted philosophers for thousands of years, and despite all our scientific progress, nobody has completely escaped it. Most of us live as though reality is solid and unquestionable. We trust our eyes when we cross the street. We trust our memories when we recognize a friend. We trust our ears when someone calls our name. It feels impossible to doubt the world because our entire lives depend on believing it. But history has shown us over and over again that our minds can be fooled. Optical illusions make still images appear to move. People confidently remember events that never happened. Hallucinations can feel as vivid as everyday life. Dreams can seem completely real until the exact moment we wake up. While dreaming, you rarely question the world around you. You accept impossible events without hesitation because your brain creates a reality that feels perfectly convincing. If your mind can build one convincing world while you sleep, what guarantees that your waking experience is fundamentally different? This is where the mystery becomes deeply uncomfortable. Every test you perform to confirm reality depends on your own perception. If you look at a table and touch it with your hand, you conclude the table exists. But both seeing and touching happen inside your conscious experience. Even scientific instruments ultimately report information through your senses. A microscope, a telescope, or a particle detector may extend your abilities, but you still interpret every result through the same mind whose reliability is being questioned. It feels like trying to use a ruler to measure whether the ruler itself is accurate. No matter how carefully you test it, you never fully step outside the system. One of the most famous philosophers to wrestle with this problem was René Descartes. He imagined doubting absolutely everything. He questioned his senses, his memories, even mathematics. He wondered whether an unimaginably powerful deceiver could be creating every experience he had. After stripping away every certainty, he found one thing he believed could not be denied. If he was doubting, then something had to be doing the doubting. Thinking itself proved that a thinker existed. That idea became one of the foundations of modern philosophy. But even Descartes could not completely prove that the external world existed exactly as it appeared. The mystery remained. Modern science makes the puzzle even stranger. Your brain never experiences reality directly. Light enters your eyes as electrical signals. Sound becomes vibrations converted into nerve impulses. Touch, taste, and smell all become patterns of activity inside the brain. Everything you experience is actually your brain's interpretation of incoming information. In other words, you never encounter reality itself. You only experience the model your brain builds from the data it receives. Neuroscientists often describe perception as controlled hallucination because the brain is constantly predicting what the world should look like and updating those predictions using sensory input. Most of the time the model works remarkably well, but the fact that it is a model raises an unsettling possibility. Are we seeing the world as it is, or simply the version our brains are capable of creating? Then there is the simulation hypothesis, an idea that exploded into popular culture because it sounds like science fiction while remaining surprisingly difficult to dismiss completely. The idea suggests that an advanced civilization could one day create simulations so detailed that conscious beings inside them would believe they were living in a real universe. If such simulations became common, statistically, it might be more likely that we are inside one rather than the original reality. There is currently no convincing evidence that this is true, but there is also no universally accepted way to rule it out. That is what makes the idea so fascinating. It challenges our confidence without providing an easy answer. Psychology reveals another layer of uncertainty. Your brain edits reality every second without asking permission. It fills gaps in your vision where your optic nerve creates a blind spot. It smooths over missing details, filters overwhelming information, and even changes memories every time you recall them. Studies have shown that people can become completely certain about memories that never actually happened after repeated suggestion. Confidence and accuracy are not always connected. That realization forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Feeling certain does not necessarily mean being correct. Yet, despite all these doubts, life continues. We fall in love. We celebrate birthdays. We build cities, discover medicines, create art, and explore distant planets. Whether reality is ultimate or simulated, objective or constructed, our experiences still matter because they shape every choice we make. Pain still hurts. Joy still inspires. Curiosity still pushes humanity forward. Even if reality is filtered through the mind, those experiences remain meaningful within the world we inhabit. Perhaps that is why this mystery refuses to disappear. The question is not simply whether reality exists. It is whether any mind trapped inside its own perspective can ever step outside itself far enough to prove it. Maybe absolute certainty is forever beyond human reach. Maybe every answer leads to another question hidden beneath it. And perhaps the most astonishing part is this: the only place where the mystery of reality can ever be investigated is inside the very consciousness whose reliability we are trying to test. Every moment you spend wondering whether the world is real becomes another experience that feels undeniably real to you, even if the universe itself keeps its final secret forever. The Ship of Theseus and the Mystery of Personal Identity. Imagine waking up one morning and discovering that every single cell in your body had been replaced over time. Your skin is different. Your blood is different. Many of your bones have renewed themselves. Even the atoms inside your brain are not the same ones you had years ago. Yet, when you look into the mirror, you still say the same two words, "I am." You never stop to question it, because your sense of self feels continuous. But should it? If everything physical that makes you has gradually changed, then who exactly is the person staring back at you? That question sounds simple until you realize it has confused philosophers for more than 2,000 years. And once it enters your mind, it becomes almost impossible to ignore. The mystery begins with an ancient thought experiment known as the Ship of Theseus. Imagine a famous wooden ship preserved in a harbor for generations. As the years pass, its wooden planks begin to rot. One by one, each damaged plank is replaced with a brand new piece of wood, until eventually not a single original plank remains. Now comes the uncomfortable question: is it still the same ship? Most people instinctively answer yes, because the changes happened slowly. The ship never disappeared. It simply evolved over time. But now imagine something even stranger. Suppose every original plank that was removed had been carefully saved. Later, someone rebuilds the entire original ship using those old pieces. Suddenly, there are two ships. One has the original materials but interrupted continuity. The other has continuous history but completely new materials. Which one is the real Ship of Theseus? Both have a convincing claim, yet they cannot both be the original. The puzzle refuses to settle because no answer feels completely satisfying. Now replace the ship with yourself. Your body is constantly rebuilding itself. Cells die and new ones take their place. Proteins break down and are replaced. Even your brain continuously rewires its connections as you learn, forget, and adapt. Neuroscientists have discovered that your brain is not a frozen structure. It is remarkably dynamic, changing throughout your entire life through a process called neuroplasticity. Every new skill you learn, every memory you create, and every emotional experience slightly reshapes the physical structure of your brain. The person you were 10 years ago is physically different from the person reading these words right now. Yet you still believe you are exactly the same individual. Why? One answer is memory. We tend to believe we remain the same person because we remember being ourselves yesterday. Our memories create a story that stretches across time, connecting childhood to adulthood as though every chapter belongs to one continuous character. But psychology reveals something surprising. Memory is far less reliable than we imagine. Every time you remember an event, your brain reconstructs it rather than playing back a perfect recording. Details change. Emotions reshape the experience. Sometimes entirely false memories can form without us realizing it. If memory constantly shifts and evolves, can it really be the foundation of personal identity? Consider someone who develops severe amnesia. They may lose decades of memories, forget loved ones, and no longer recognize their own past. Are they still the same person? Most people would instinctively say yes. Their identity seems to survive even when the story they tell about themselves disappears. That suggests memory alone cannot explain who we are. Others argue that identity comes from continuity rather than material. Think of a river. The water flowing through it changes every second, yet we continue calling it by the same name because the overall pattern remains. Perhaps human beings work the same way. Your body changes, your thoughts evolve, and your memories shift, but there is an ongoing process that never completely breaks. The pattern continues even as the pieces are replaced. That idea feels comforting until technology introduces an entirely new problem. Imagine a machine that can scan every detail of your brain and body, then create a perfect copy somewhere else. Every memory, every habit, every fear, every dream is duplicated exactly. The copy opens its eyes and confidently says it is you. It remembers your childhood. It knows your favorite song. It loves the people you love. From every outside perspective, nothing separates the copy from the original. But then you discover something terrifying. You are still standing beside the machine. Now there are two versions of you, each believing with complete certainty that they are the real person. Both cannot possess the same single stream of consciousness. One mystery instantly becomes two. If identity can be copied, was it ever tied to your body at all? And if it cannot be copied, what invisible ingredient failed to transfer? Neuroscience cannot fully answer this question because science explains how brains function, not why one particular perspective belongs to one particular person. Your brain contains roughly 86 billion neurons exchanging electrical signals every second. Scientists can observe those signals with incredible precision. They can identify regions responsible for language, emotion, decision-making, and memory. But nowhere inside the brain does anyone find a label saying this is where the self lives. The feeling of being you seems to emerge from countless interactions without existing in any single location. Some philosophers take this idea even further. They argue that the self may not actually exist as a permanent thing at all. Instead, it may be an ongoing process, constantly created by the brain moment after moment. Just as a flame appears stable despite being made of continuously changing gases, perhaps your identity is a dynamic process rather than a fixed object. You feel like one unchanging person because your brain constantly updates the story fast enough to create the illusion of permanence. That possibility can feel deeply unsettling. We spend our lives protecting our identity, building our reputation, chasing dreams, and defining ourselves through careers, relationships, and beliefs. But if the self is more like a flowing process than a permanent object, then perhaps we have been holding on to something that was never as solid as it seemed. Yet maybe that realization is not frightening. Maybe it is freeing. If identity is not locked in place, then growth becomes possible. Mistakes do not define you forever. Pain does not imprison you permanently. Every experience reshapes who you are becoming. The person who suffered yesterday is not physically or mentally identical to the person choosing what to do tomorrow. The ship of Theseus survives because it forces us to ask a question with no final answer. What makes something remain itself through constant change? Is it the material, the pattern, the memories, the history, or something we cannot yet explain? Perhaps the greatest mystery is not hidden inside ancient ships or futuristic machines. It is the quiet certainty you carry every day when you say the word I, even though almost everything about you has been changing since the moment you were born. Do we truly have free will, or is every choice predetermined? Right now, before you continue listening, make a completely random decision. Wiggle one finger. Think of a number. Imagine a place you have never visited. It feels like you chose that action freely. Nobody forced you. Nobody predicted it. It came entirely from you. At least that is how it seems. But what if that feeling is one of the greatest illusions your mind has ever created? What if every decision you have ever made, from choosing your favorite meal to falling in love or changing your career, was already determined long before you became aware of it? Suddenly, one of the most familiar parts of being human begins to feel deeply mysterious. Do we truly control our lives, or are we simply watching a story that was always going to unfold? Most of us never question free will because it feels completely natural. Every day we make thousands of choices. We decide what to wear, what to eat, who to trust, and what dreams to chase. We celebrate success because we believe we earned it. We regret mistakes because we believe we could have acted differently. Our entire legal system, our relationships, and even our sense of morality depend on the belief that people are capable of making genuine choices. Without free will, ideas like responsibility, guilt, and personal achievement begin to lose their meaning. But science introduces a disturbing twist. Your brain is constantly processing enormous amounts of information before you become consciously aware of it. Every second, billions of neurons communicate through electrical signals and chemical messengers. Hidden beneath your awareness, your brain evaluates memories, emotions, habits, and sensory information long before you consciously experience making a decision. This raises an uncomfortable possibility. What if your conscious mind is arriving late to choices that have already begun? One famous experiment made this mystery impossible to ignore. In the 1980s, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet asked participants to move a finger whenever they felt like it while their brain activity was being recorded. Surprisingly, researchers detected measurable brain activity preparing for the movement before participants reported consciously deciding to move. In simple terms, the brain seemed to begin making the decision before the person felt they had chosen. Later studies using modern brain imaging pushed this idea even further, suggesting that certain choices could sometimes be predicted several seconds before people became consciously aware of making them. At first, this sounds like devastating evidence against free will. If your brain decides before you do, then who exactly is making the choice? Are you simply the last person to hear about decisions already unfolding inside your own head? The shock becomes even greater when you think about everything that shapes your behavior without your permission. You never chose your parents. You never chose your genes. You never chose the culture that surrounded you as a child, the language you first learned, or many of the experiences that shaped your personality. Every conversation, every success, every failure, and every emotional wound leaves traces inside your brain. Those experiences influence future decisions in ways you may never notice. If every choice grows from countless previous causes stretching back through your entire life, where does genuine freedom actually enter the picture? Yet something about complete determinism feels deeply unsatisfying. Imagine someone standing at a crossroads, carefully weighing two different futures. They imagine possible outcomes, consider consequences, and finally choose one path. From the inside, the experience feels undeniably real. We deliberate, we hesitate, we change our minds, we resist temptations. These experiences do not feel like the movements of a machine following fixed instructions. They feel personal. Some philosophers argue that this feeling itself proves nothing. They compare consciousness to the narrator of a story who explains events after they have already happened. According to this view, your conscious mind creates the impression of authorship, while hidden brain processes perform most of the work behind the scenes. The storyteller believes it is directing the journey, but it may simply be describing decisions already set into motion. Others strongly disagree. They argue that the experiments often involve tiny, meaningless actions such as moving a finger or pressing a button. Choosing when to twitch a hand is very different from deciding whether to forgive someone, raise a child, or dedicate years to mastering a skill. Complex decisions unfold over long periods, involving reflection, reasoning, emotions, and changing priorities. Those deeper choices may not fit neatly into laboratory experiments designed to measure split-second reactions. Then physics enters the conversation and makes everything even stranger. Classical physics once suggested that if someone knew the exact position and motion of every particle in the universe, they could theoretically predict the future with perfect accuracy. Every event would simply be the inevitable consequence of everything before it. But quantum mechanics challenged that certainty by introducing genuine unpredictability at microscopic scales. Some people hoped this uncertainty would rescue free will. Yet randomness does not automatically create freedom. A decision caused by chance is not really your choice either. Replacing certainty with randomness still leaves the mystery unsolved. Psychology adds another fascinating layer. Human beings constantly invent explanations for their own behavior without realizing it. Experiments have shown that people often create confident reasons for choices that were secretly influenced by factors they never noticed. We like to believe we understand exactly why we act, but our minds frequently construct convincing stories after the fact. That realization is unsettling because it suggests the feeling of complete control may not always reflect what is actually happening beneath the surface. Still, there is another way of looking at the problem. Perhaps free will does not require complete independence from every cause in the universe. Maybe freedom means acting according to your own values, reasoning, and character, even if those qualities developed through countless influences you never chose. In this view, you are not separate from the chain of causes. You are part of it. Your experiences, memories, goals, and beliefs become the very mechanism through which choices are made. Freedom is not escaping causality. Freedom is expressing who you have become. That idea explains why people can change. Someone who once reacted with anger can learn patience. Someone trapped by addiction can slowly rebuild self-control. The brain itself changes through experience, practice, and reflection. Neuroscience calls this neuroplasticity, the remarkable ability of the brain to reorganize its own connections throughout life. Every lesson learned and every habit repeated reshapes the pathways that influence future decisions. If your choices today can transform the person making choices tomorrow, then the story becomes far more complicated than simple destiny. Perhaps that is why the mystery has never disappeared. Every decision feels personal, yet every decision emerges from a brain shaped by forces stretching back long before you were born. We experience ourselves as authors, while science reveals countless invisible influences guiding the pen. Maybe free will and determinism are not enemies, but two different ways of describing the same astonishing process. Or maybe the greatest illusion is believing the answer must be entirely one or the other. Until we truly understand how consciousness, choice, and the brain come together, every decision you make will carry one extraordinary question. Did you choose this moment, or was this moment always choosing you? Why is there something instead of nothing? Before there were stars, before there were galaxies, before there was space, time, or even the smallest particle imaginable, what was there? Most people instinctively answer nothing. It feels like the obvious response. But then another question quietly appears, and it is far more unsettling. If there was truly nothing, how could anything ever exist? Not just planets or people, but existence itself. Why is there a universe instead of absolute nothingness? It sounds like a question that should have an answer, yet the deeper you explore it, the more mysterious reality becomes. This is not just another scientific puzzle. It may be the deepest question the human mind has ever asked. Every mystery we normally investigate begins with something already existing. We ask why the sky is blue, how life evolved, or what happens inside a black hole. But all of those questions assume there is already a universe where those things can happen. This question reaches beneath every other question. It asks why there is a universe at all. Why are there physical laws? Why does time flow? Why do particles exist? Even more strangely, why is there a mind capable of asking these questions in the first place? At first, it seems obvious that nothing should have existed. After all, creating something appears much harder than creating nothing. Nothing requires no energy, no matter, no space, no time, and no explanation. It feels simple. Existence feels incredibly complicated. Yet, when physicists and philosophers seriously examine the idea of absolute nothingness, they run into a shocking problem. Nobody can even clearly describe what absolute nothing actually is. When most people imagine nothing, they picture an empty black space stretching forever. But empty space is not nothing. Space itself is something. It has dimensions, physical properties, and mathematical structure. Even a perfect vacuum is not truly empty. According to quantum physics, what appears to be empty space is constantly filled with tiny fluctuations where particles briefly appear and disappear. The vacuum is alive with activity, so the nothing we casually imagine is already far from true nothingness. Now imagine removing even space itself. Remove time, remove energy, remove mathematics, remove every law of physics. Remove every possibility of change. Try to imagine absolute nothing. Most people discover something fascinating. The mind almost refuses to do it. Every picture we create secretly includes something: a location, a darkness, a silence, some kind of background. True nothingness seems almost impossible to imagine because imagination itself requires something to imagine. This is where philosophy becomes deeply unsettling. Some thinkers argue that nothingness may actually be impossible. Perhaps existence is not the strange thing. Perhaps non-existence is. Maybe the universe exists because reality simply cannot fail to exist. Instead of asking why there is something, perhaps we should be asking whether absolute nothing was ever a genuine possibility at all. Science offers several fascinating possibilities, but none completely solve the mystery. One idea suggests that our universe emerged from a quantum fluctuation in what physicists call a quantum vacuum, because of the strange rules governing the smallest scales of reality. Tiny fluctuations naturally occur, and under certain conditions, an entire universe might emerge. At first, this sounds like an astonishing answer, but then another question immediately follows. Why does the quantum vacuum exist? Why do the laws that allow fluctuations exist? The mystery simply moves one step deeper. Another possibility comes from cosmology. Some theories suggest that our universe is only one of countless universes constantly forming within a much larger multiverse. In this picture, universes are born naturally through physical processes beyond our own cosmic horizon. If enough universes exist, eventually one will have the right conditions for stars, planets, and conscious life. Yet once again the deeper question refuses to disappear. Why does the multiverse exist instead of nothing? Every explanation seems to rest upon an even larger mystery waiting beneath it. Religion and spirituality have long offered their own answers. Many traditions argue that existence comes from an eternal creator who exists outside space and time. According to this view, the universe did not create itself because it was intentionally brought into being. For billions of people, this provides a meaningful explanation. Yet philosophers immediately ask another difficult question. If everything requires an explanation, why does the Creator exist? Some respond that an eternal being requires no cause, because it exists necessarily rather than accidentally. Whether one finds that convincing often depends on deeper beliefs about reality itself. The mystery becomes even more personal when you realize that you are part of the question. Your own existence is astonishingly unlikely. Every event throughout cosmic history had to unfold with extraordinary precision for you to be here at this exact moment. Stars had to form. Heavy elements had to be created inside exploding suns. Earth had to develop life. Evolution had to produce conscious beings capable of thought. Your parents had to meet. Countless tiny events stretching across billions of years all converged into one awareness, listening to these words right now. Psychology reveals something interesting about how humans respond to mysteries like this. Our brains evolved to search for causes because understanding causes helped our ancestors survive. Every sound in the forest, every changing season, and every unexpected movement demanded an explanation. That instinct became one of humanity's greatest strengths. But questions about existence itself may lie beyond the kinds of problems evolution prepared us to solve. Our minds constantly search for a cause, because that is what they are designed to do. Yet the origin of existence may not fit into ordinary patterns of cause and effect, especially if time itself began with the universe. Some philosophers suggest that asking what came before the universe may be like asking what is north of the North Pole. The question assumes there must be something beyond the boundary, even if the concept itself breaks down. If time began with the universe, then speaking about before time may not even make logical sense. That idea is incredibly difficult to accept because every experience we have ever known unfolds within time. We naturally expect every event to have an earlier event behind it. Perhaps that is why this mystery has survived every civilization, every scientific revolution, and every generation of thinkers. Every answer seems to reveal an even deeper question hidden beneath it. The universe exists. Consciousness exists. You exist. Those facts feel so ordinary that we rarely stop to appreciate how extraordinary they truly are. Maybe one day humanity will discover a breathtaking explanation that finally reveals why reality exists at all. Or maybe the greatest mystery is not that we have failed to solve the question. Perhaps the greatest mystery is that a universe somehow emerged where pieces of itself became conscious enough to wonder why there was ever something instead of nothing in the first place. Is time actually flowing, or is it an illusion? Take a moment and notice what is happening right now. A second passes, then another. You feel as though time is constantly moving forward, carrying you from the past into the future. Childhood becomes adulthood. Today becomes tomorrow. Memories fade behind you while possibilities wait ahead. It feels so obvious that almost nobody questions it. Time flows. That is simply how reality works. But what if that feeling is not actually how the universe operates? What if the passage of time exists only inside your mind? The moment you seriously consider that possibility, one of the most familiar parts of life becomes one of the strangest mysteries ever discovered. Everything we do depends on the idea that time moves. We celebrate birthdays because years pass. We make plans because tomorrow has not happened yet. We fear aging because we believe time is carrying us toward an unknown future. Every story ever told begins, unfolds, and ends through the movement of time. It feels impossible to imagine reality working any other way. Yet physics has repeatedly challenged what common sense tells us. Albert Einstein transformed our understanding of time by showing that it does not flow equally for everyone. Time is not a universal clock, ticking at the same speed throughout the cosmos. Instead, it stretches and slows depending on speed and gravity. If one twin traveled through space at an incredible fraction of the speed of light, while the other remained on Earth, the traveling twin would actually age more slowly. When they reunited, one could be years younger than the other. This is not science fiction. It is a real prediction confirmed by experiments involving extremely precise atomic clocks and fast-moving particles. That discovery alone is astonishing. But it leads to an even stranger realization. If time can move at different rates depending on where you are and how fast you travel, then perhaps time is not flowing in the simple way we imagine. Perhaps our everyday experience is only one perspective within something much larger. Some physicists describe reality using what is often called the block universe. Imagine the universe not as a movie playing frame by frame, but as an enormous completed book. Every page already exists. Every chapter is already written. The past, present, and future are simply different locations within the same cosmic structure. From this perspective, time does not flow at all. Instead, your consciousness moves through events one moment at a time, creating the feeling that reality is unfolding even though the entire timeline already exists. At first, that idea feels almost impossible to accept. If the future already exists, does that mean tomorrow is as real as yesterday? Does it mean every decision you believe you are making has always been part of the structure of the universe? The thought is deeply unsettling because it challenges one of our strongest intuitions. We do not merely believe time passes. We feel it passing every second of our lives. So where does that feeling come from? Psychology offers an intriguing clue. Your brain does not experience the entire universe all at once. Instead, it constantly gathers information, organizes it into memories, and predicts what might happen next. Memory points backward while expectation points forward. Because you remember the past but not the future, your mind naturally experiences a direction through time. This psychological arrow of time creates the powerful impression that moments are flowing even if the deeper structure of reality is very different. There is another fascinating piece of the puzzle hidden inside physics itself. The laws governing tiny particles often work almost the same whether time moves forward or backward. Many fundamental equations do not strongly distinguish between yesterday and tomorrow. Yet in everyday life we clearly see a direction. Ice melts, but never spontaneously reforms into a perfect cube. Smoke spreads through a room, but never gathers itself neatly back into a candle. Broken glass never leaps off the floor and repairs itself. The reason involves something called entropy. Entropy is a measure of disorder. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the total entropy of an isolated system tends to increase over time. In simple terms, ordered arrangements naturally become less ordered because there are far more disordered ways for matter to exist. This increasing disorder creates what scientists call the arrow of time. We experience time moving forward because the universe continually evolves from lower entropy toward higher entropy. Even this explanation leaves enormous questions unanswered. Why did the universe begin in such an incredibly ordered state that allowed entropy to increase in the first place? Why was the beginning of everything so special? Once again, solving one mystery reveals another waiting beneath it. Then consciousness enters the picture and makes everything even stranger. Think about the present moment. How long does now actually last? If you try to capture the exact present, it instantly becomes the past. Every attempt to hold on to the present slips away before you can define it. Neuroscientists believe your brain actually combines tiny fractions of a second into a continuous experience, stitching together countless separate events into what feels like one seamless moment. In other words, the present may not be an objective feature of reality at all. It could be something your brain constructs to help you navigate the world efficiently. Imagine watching a movie. Individual still images flash across the screen so quickly that your brain experiences smooth motion. Reality may contain something surprisingly similar. The flowing present could emerge from how consciousness processes information rather than from time itself physically moving through the universe. Some philosophers take this even further. They argue that past, present, and future may all be equally real, while the sensation of moving through them belongs entirely to conscious observers. Others reject this completely, insisting that the passage of time is one of the most fundamental aspects of existence. The debate remains unresolved because both perspectives explain certain observations while leaving others mysterious. Perhaps that is why this question never loses its power. Every heartbeat reminds you that life seems to move forward. Every memory reminds you that yesterday feels permanently gone. Every hope reminds you that tomorrow feels wonderfully uncertain. Yet the deepest theories of physics suggest reality may be far stranger than those experiences imply. Maybe time truly flows like a river carrying us through existence. Or maybe every moment of your life already exists, waiting silently within the fabric of the universe, while your consciousness creates the beautiful illusion of traveling from one page of reality to the next. Until we fully understand both time and consciousness, the clock may continue ticking while its greatest secret remains completely beyond our grasp. Can an infinite universe ever be fully understood? Stand outside on a clear night and look up for just a few seconds. At first you see scattered stars, maybe a bright planet, perhaps the faint glow of the Milky Way stretching across the darkness. It feels vast, almost beyond imagination. But then consider something even more astonishing. Everything your eyes can see is only an unimaginably tiny fraction of the universe. In fact, even the most powerful telescopes have never seen the whole cosmos. They cannot. They only reveal the portion of the universe whose light has had enough time to reach us since the beginning of cosmic expansion. And that leads to one breathtaking question. If the universe is truly infinite, could any civilization, no matter how advanced, ever fully understand it? Or is complete knowledge forever beyond reach? Human beings have always believed the unknown could eventually become known. We crossed oceans that once seemed endless. We discovered invisible atoms, decoded the language of DNA, and landed machines on distant planets. Every generation has pushed the boundary of knowledge a little farther. It is easy to assume that given enough time, science will eventually answer every question. But infinity is not simply another difficult problem. Infinity changes the rules entirely. Think about counting numbers. You can count forever without ever reaching the final number, because there is no final number. No matter how large a number becomes, another one always exists beyond it. Infinity is not just an extremely large quantity. It is something that never ends. If the universe shares that property, then perhaps every discovery reveals only another tiny piece of a reality that has no edge, no final chapter, and no complete map. Modern cosmology paints an extraordinary picture of the observable universe. Light travels at a finite speed, and the universe has existed for roughly 13.8 billion years. Because of this, there is a limit to how far we can see. Everything beyond that cosmic horizon remains hidden, not because our telescopes are too weak, but because its light has not had enough time to reach us. The observable universe is enormous, containing hundreds of billions of galaxies, each filled with hundreds of billions of stars. Yet astonishingly, this visible region could still be only a tiny patch of something vastly larger. If space continues forever beyond what we can observe, then there are regions of reality that may remain permanently inaccessible. That realization is deeply unsettling. Science thrives on observation and evidence. But what happens when parts of reality can never be observed, no matter how advanced technology becomes? Can something be fully understood if large portions of it remain forever beyond our reach? It is like trying to understand an endless novel after reading only a handful of pages. You may discover remarkable patterns, but you can never honestly claim to know the whole story. Mathematics introduces another surprising twist. Infinity itself is far stranger than most people imagine. Not all infinities are equal. Mathematician Georg Cantor demonstrated that some infinite sets are actually larger than others. There are infinitely many whole numbers, yet there are even more infinitely many decimal numbers. At first this sounds impossible. How can one infinity be larger than another? Yet mathematics proves that infinity is not one simple idea, but an entire landscape filled with astonishing structures. If our minds struggle to understand infinity in mathematics, how much harder might it be to understand an infinite physical universe? Then there is the question of repetition. If the universe is truly infinite and matter can only arrange itself in a finite number of ways within a given region, some physicists have suggested that somewhere unimaginably far away there could be another Earth. Another version of you might be living an almost identical life. Perhaps they made one different decision years ago. Perhaps they never existed at all. These ideas remain speculative because we cannot observe such distant regions, but they reveal how strange infinity becomes when applied to reality itself. Psychology reveals why these ideas feel so overwhelming. The human brain evolved to understand forests, rivers, faces, and everyday survival. We naturally think in finite terms because our ancestors never needed to comprehend endless space or infinite time. Cognitive scientists have shown that our minds rely on mental shortcuts to simplify enormous concepts. Infinity refuses to cooperate with those shortcuts. Every attempt to imagine it secretly turns it into something large, but still limited. The mind keeps searching for an edge, even when none exists. There is another limitation that often goes unnoticed. Every scientific theory is created by finite beings with finite lifespans, finite memories, and finite resources. Even if humanity survives for millions of years, each generation can only investigate a tiny fraction of reality. Knowledge grows, but so do the questions. History repeatedly demonstrates this pattern. Discovering gravity raised questions about space and time. Understanding atoms revealed subatomic particles. Solving one mystery almost always uncovers several more waiting beneath it. Progress does not shrink the unknown as much as it reshapes it. Some philosophers believe complete understanding may be impossible in principle. They argue that no system can fully explain itself from within. Just as a character inside a novel can never step outside the pages to observe the entire book, perhaps conscious beings inside the universe cannot fully comprehend the totality of the universe that contains them. Every observation we make is limited by our position inside the very reality we are trying to understand. Yet there is another way to see this mystery. Perhaps the value of knowledge does not depend on reaching a final answer. Imagine climbing a mountain with no highest peak. Every summit reveals an even greater landscape beyond it. The journey never ends, but each step offers a deeper understanding than the one before. Science has always worked this way. It is not a march toward absolute certainty. It is an endless refinement of our picture of reality. Maybe that endlessness is not a flaw. It may be the very reason curiosity exists. If every mystery disappeared tomorrow, exploration would end. Wonder would vanish. The questions that inspired discovery would fall silent. Instead, the universe continues offering horizons that move farther away the closer we approach them. Perhaps that is the greatest philosophical mystery of all. An infinite universe may never fit completely inside a finite mind. There may never be a final equation, a complete map, or a last discovery that closes the book forever. But maybe understanding was never about possessing the entire universe. Maybe it is about continuously expanding the small corner of infinity that becomes illuminated by human curiosity. In that sense, the universe does not challenge us because it is too vast to finish exploring. It invites us to keep exploring precisely because it never truly ends. Does objective truth exist, or is everything relative? Imagine two people standing in the exact same place. watching the exact same event unfold. One walks away believing they witnessed an act of courage. The other is convinced they saw an act of recklessness. Both are intelligent. Both are sincere. Both are absolutely certain they are right. So who is telling the truth? At first, it seems like a simple disagreement. But then the question grows much deeper. If two honest people can experience the same reality so differently, is there such a thing as objective truth? Or is every truth shaped by perspective, culture, experience, and belief? The moment you seriously ask that question, you begin pulling on one of the oldest and most unsettling threads in philosophy. Most of us grow up believing truth is straightforward. The sky is blue. Water is wet. The earth orbits the sun. These facts feel independent of opinion. Whether someone believes them or not, they remain true. That confidence gives us stability. It allows science to progress, courts to judge evidence, and everyday conversations to have meaning. If truth did not exist beyond personal opinion, communication itself would begin to collapse. But everyday life quickly reveals that reality is rarely so simple. Think about memory. Two siblings often remember the same childhood event in completely different ways. One recalls feeling loved, while the other remembers feeling ignored. Both genuinely believe their memories are accurate. Psychology has shown that memory is not a perfect recording stored inside the brain. Every time you remember something, your mind reconstructs it. Emotions, expectations, and later experiences subtly reshape the memory each time it is recalled. That means people can honestly disagree without either intentionally lying. This realization creates an uncomfortable tension. If our own minds can alter the past without our awareness, how much of what we confidently believe is actually true? The mystery grows even larger when culture enters the picture. Throughout history, different societies have held completely different beliefs about morality, beauty, justice, and even reality itself. Behaviors considered honorable in one culture may be viewed as unacceptable in another. Ideas that once seemed unquestionably true have later been abandoned. There was a time when many people believed the sun revolved around the earth. That belief felt obvious because it matched everyday experience. Only later did evidence reveal something entirely different. Does that mean truth changes over time? Not necessarily. What often changes is not truth itself, but our understanding of it. Reality remains what it is whether we understand it correctly or not. The Earth did not suddenly begin orbiting the sun when scientists discovered it. It had always been doing so. Human knowledge evolved. Reality did not. Science itself provides one of the strongest arguments for objective truth. Scientific theories succeed because they make predictions that can be tested independently of personal belief. Gravity affects everyone equally whether they believe in it or not. The speed of light does not change because someone disagrees with it. Medicines work because biological processes follow consistent patterns rather than personal opinions. If reality were entirely relative, science would lose its extraordinary ability to predict and explain the natural world. Yet science also teaches humility. Every scientific theory remains open to revision when stronger evidence appears. Newton's understanding of gravity explained countless observations with remarkable accuracy. Then Einstein revealed a deeper explanation through the curvature of space and time. Newton was not completely wrong. His theory simply described reality within certain limits. This pattern reminds us that certainty and truth are not the same thing. People can feel absolutely certain while still being mistaken. Psychology adds another fascinating layer. Human beings are remarkably skilled at finding evidence that supports what they already believe. This tendency is known as confirmation bias. Once we adopt an opinion, our brains naturally notice information that reinforces it while overlooking evidence that challenges it. Social media often amplifies this effect by surrounding people with ideas similar to their own. Over time, entirely different groups can develop completely different versions of reality, while each side becomes increasingly convinced that the other is ignoring obvious facts. That does not mean objective truth disappears. It means reaching it becomes far more difficult, because the human mind is not a perfectly neutral observer. We do not simply discover truth. We constantly filter reality through emotions, expectations, identity, and experience. Philosophers have debated this problem for centuries. Some argue that objective truth exists independently of human thought. According to this view, facts remain true whether anyone believes them or not. Others suggest that much of what we call truth depends on language, perspective, and social agreement. Concepts like money, borders, laws, and even certain moral values exist because human beings collectively accept them. Without people believing in them, those systems would lose their meaning. In that sense, some truths are created rather than discovered. The challenge is recognizing that different kinds of truth may exist at the same time. There are objective truths about the physical universe that remain constant regardless of opinion. There are subjective truths about personal experience that cannot be measured in exactly the same way. If someone says they feel grief after losing a loved one, that experience is real even though nobody else can directly observe it. Then there are social truths that emerge because large groups of people agree to treat certain ideas as meaningful. Confusing these different categories often creates endless arguments where people believe they are discussing the same kind of truth when they are actually talking about completely different things. The mystery becomes deeply personal when you turn the question toward yourself. How many of your strongest beliefs were chosen freely, and how many were inherited from family, education, culture, or circumstance? If you had been born in another country, another century, or another language, would you hold the same convictions with equal confidence? That possibility does not automatically make your beliefs false, but it should make certainty feel a little less comfortable. Perhaps that is one of philosophy's greatest gifts. It does not simply provide answers. It teaches intellectual humility. It reminds us that being convinced is not the same as being correct, and that questioning our own assumptions is often the first step toward deeper understanding. Maybe objective truth does exist, waiting patiently beyond our opinions and perceptions. Or maybe human beings can only approach it gradually, never seeing the complete picture from our limited point of view. Either way, the search itself may be more important than the destination. Every conversation, every experiment, every challenge to our beliefs brings us one step closer to separating what merely feels true from what actually is. And perhaps the greatest mystery is not whether objective truth exists, but whether any human mind can ever know with complete certainty that it has finally found it. Are we the same person we were yesterday? Think about yourself from 10 years ago. The person who woke up, walked through the same streets, worried about different problems, and dreamed different dreams. Now compare that person to who you are today. Your body has changed. Your thoughts have changed. Your beliefs have changed. Your memories have been rewritten by time. Even the physical matter that makes up your body has been replaced again and again. Yet something inside you says, without hesitation, that you are still the same person. You were that child. You were that teenager. You were that person from yesterday. But what exactly creates this feeling of being one continuous self? If everything about you changes, what is the thing that remains? This question seems strange because your identity feels like the most obvious fact in your life. You do not wake up every morning wondering whether you are the same person who went to sleep the night before. You carry your name, your memories, your relationships, and your responsibilities forward, as if there is an invisible thread connecting every moment of your existence. Society depends on this idea. We reward people for past achievements. We hold people responsible for past actions. We make promises because we assume the person who makes the promise today will still exist tomorrow. But when philosophers examine this idea closely, the certainty begins to weaken. One of the oldest challenges to personal identity comes from a simple observation. Everything changes. Your body is not the same body it was years ago. The cells that make up your skin, organs, and muscles are constantly dying and being replaced. Your brain also changes through learning, experience, and aging. Neuroscience shows that the brain is not a fixed object. It constantly adapts through a process called neuroplasticity, creating new connections and weakening old ones based on your experiences. Every conversation, every memory, every emotional event leaves a small mark on the structure of who you become. So if the physical parts are constantly changing, why do we believe the person remains the same? One possible answer is memory. We feel connected to our past because we remember it. Your childhood memories create a bridge between who you were and who you are now. You remember the places you lived, the people you loved, the mistakes you made, and the moments that shaped you. These memories create a personal story that stretches across time. But memory itself is far more mysterious than we usually realize. Psychologists have discovered that memory is not like a video recording stored inside your brain. Instead, every time you remember something, your brain reconstructs that event. Details can change. Emotions can influence what you remember. New information can alter old memories without you noticing. People can even develop completely false memories while feeling entirely confident that they are real. If your memories are constantly changing, can they truly be the foundation of a permanent identity? Now imagine a person who loses all their memories because of severe brain damage. They wake up unable to recognize their family, their past, or even important events from their own life. Are they still the same person? Most people would say yes. Their identity seems to survive even when the story that connected them to the past disappears. This suggests that memory is important, but perhaps it is not the entire answer. Another possibility is that identity comes from continuity rather than specific parts. Imagine a river. The water flowing through it is different every moment, yet we continue calling it the same river because the pattern remains. The river is not defined by the individual drops of water, but by the ongoing process that connects them. Maybe humans work the same way. You are not the same collection of atoms you had years ago, but the pattern of your thoughts, experiences, and relationships continues. This idea feels intuitive until technology creates a much stranger problem. Imagine a future where scientists develop a machine that can perfectly scan your brain. It records every memory, every personality trait, every emotion, and every thought pattern. Then the machine creates a perfect copy of you somewhere else. The copy wakes up with your memories. It knows your childhood, It remembers your loved ones. It believes it is you. Now comes the impossible question. Did you travel to the new body, or was a new person simply created who thinks they are you? From the outside, there would be no difference. The copy would talk like you, think like you, and remember everything you remember. But from your perspective, the original you is still standing there. There are now two beings who both claim to be the same person. If identity can split, then what was identity connected to in the first place? This thought experiment reveals something deeply mysterious. We often assume there must be a permanent core inside us, some unchanging essence that makes us who we are. But when scientists search for that core, they find only processes. Neurons communicating, memories forming, emotions changing, thoughts appearing and disappearing. There is no single location in the brain where the self is stored like a hidden object. Some philosophers argue that the self may actually be an illusion created by the brain. Not an illusion meaning that you do not exist, but an illusion meaning that you are not a fixed thing. Instead, you are an ongoing process constantly being created from moment to moment. Just as a flame appears continuous, even though the material producing it changes every second, your identity may be something that continues without being a permanent object. This idea can feel unsettling because so much of life is built around the belief that there is a stable person inside us. We protect our reputation. We chase goals. We worry about the future version of ourselves. We look back at our past and judge who we were. But if the self is always changing, maybe we should see identity differently. Maybe you are not a finished object traveling through time. Maybe you are a constantly evolving story being rewritten with every experience. And perhaps that is not a weakness. It may be the reason change is possible. The person who made mistakes in the past is not exactly the same person making choices today. The person experiencing pain now can become someone stronger through what they learn. Growth exists because identity is flexible. The mystery of personal identity remains because every answer creates another question. If you are not your body, not your memories, and not a permanent object hidden somewhere inside your mind, then what exactly makes you you? Maybe the answer is not a single thing. Maybe you are the continuous journey itself, the unfolding process connecting every version of yourself from the past, through the present, and into the unknown person you will become tomorrow. Can the human mind ever understand itself completely? Imagine a person trying to look directly at their own eyes without using a mirror. It sounds impossible because the tool being used to observe is the very thing that needs to be observed. Now apply that same idea to the human mind. Every question you ask, every thought you create, and every attempt you make to understand consciousness happens inside the very system you are trying to study. The brain is not just investigating an object outside itself. It is turning its attention inward and attempting to explain its own existence. This creates one of the strangest mysteries humanity has ever faced. Can the mind truly understand itself completely? Or is there a limit beyond which human thought can never go? The human brain is perhaps the most complicated structure we have ever encountered. Inside your skull are billions of neurons connected through trillions of pathways. These networks allow you to create memories, imagine impossible worlds, understand language, experience emotions, and question the nature of reality itself. The same biological system that evolved to help humans survive is now trying to explain everything from the birth of the universe to the meaning of existence. But there is something almost paradoxical about this situation. The brain created the ability to study the brain. The mind created the ability to question the mind. It is like a computer attempting to fully understand every part of its own operating system while still running that same system. Every discovery we make about consciousness is made through consciousness itself. There is no outside position where we can step away and observe the mind from a completely objective perspective. This limitation has fascinated philosophers for centuries. One of the biggest questions is whether a system can ever fully understand itself. Imagine a book that contains every possible explanation of the universe, including an explanation of itself. Could that book completely describe its own existence without leaving anything out? Or would there always be some part of reality that exists beyond the description? Mathematics provides a surprising clue. In the 20th century, mathematician Kurt Gödel introduced ideas showing that certain complex mathematical systems cannot prove every true statement about themselves using only their own rules. In simple terms, some systems contain truths that cannot be completely demonstrated from within the system itself. Although this applies to mathematics rather than directly proving limits of human consciousness, it raises a fascinating possibility. Perhaps some aspects of the mind may remain permanently beyond its own ability to explain. The mystery becomes even deeper when we consider consciousness itself. Science has made incredible progress in understanding the brain. We know which regions are involved in vision, memory, emotion, and decision-making. We can observe patterns of brain activity and connect them to specific experiences. But the biggest question remains unanswered. Why does brain activity create subjective experience at all? A scientist can describe the electrical signals involved when someone sees the color red. They can measure wavelengths of light, track neural activity, and identify the areas of the brain involved in processing vision. But no measurement can directly capture what red feels like to the person experiencing it. The private experience itself remains hidden inside the mind. This is sometimes called the problem of subjective experience, and it reveals a strange boundary between explaining how the brain works and explaining what it feels like to be a conscious being. Psychology adds another layer of complexity because much of the mind operates outside awareness. Your brain constantly makes decisions, processes emotions, and influences behavior without asking your conscious permission. Studies have shown that people are often unaware of the real reasons behind their choices. They may create explanations for their actions that feel convincing but do not fully match the hidden processes that influence them. This means the mind is not completely transparent to itself. You are not always the author of every thought that appears in your head. Thoughts arrive unexpectedly. Emotions rise before you understand their cause. Memories appear without invitation. Sometimes you can watch your own mind producing experiences that you did not consciously create. It is almost as if there is a hidden layer of yourself operating beneath the surface. Yet this does not mean understanding the mind is impossible. In fact, humanity has already achieved something extraordinary. The brain has developed methods to study itself through neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, and artificial intelligence research. We can examine our own biases, understand emotional patterns, and recognize the limits of our perception. The fact that the mind can question itself is already one of the most remarkable abilities in nature. Perhaps complete understanding does not require knowing every single detail. Consider how you understand a city. You do not need to memorize every brick, every person, and every conversation happening inside it to understand its structure and function. Maybe the mind works the same way. We may never possess a perfect explanation of every thought, feeling, and neural connection, but we may still develop a deeper understanding of how consciousness emerges and shapes human life. Artificial intelligence introduces another fascinating question. If humans eventually create machines capable of thinking, learning, and analyzing information, could those machines help us understand our own minds? Perhaps an intelligence different from our own could recognize patterns that human thinkers overlook. But even then, another mystery appears. If the machine understands consciousness, but does not experience consciousness itself, would it truly understand the thing it is describing? The problem may not simply be a lack of information. It may be a limitation built into the structure of being a conscious observer. To understand everything about the mind, perhaps the mind would need to somehow step outside itself. But if consciousness is the very thing doing the observing, escaping that perspective may be impossible. Think about your own awareness right now. You can notice your thoughts. You can question your feelings. You can observe your own reactions. There is a part of your mind that seems capable of watching another part of your mind. But then another question appears. Who is observing the observer? And who is observing that? The chain can continue endlessly. Maybe the human mind is like a camera trying to photograph itself without any reflective surface. It can capture countless things about the world around it. It can uncover the secrets of distant galaxies and the smallest particles of matter. But when it turns inward toward its own existence, it encounters a mystery that may never completely disappear. Perhaps the greatest achievement of the human mind will not be reaching a final answer about itself. Maybe the true wonder is that a collection of biological processes inside a small human brain became capable of asking the question at all. The universe created something that can look back at itself and wonder what it is, and whether we ever fully understand the mind or not. The search itself may be the most extraordinary journey consciousness has ever taken. Is mathematics discovered or invented? Imagine a universe with no humans, no civilizations, and no minds capable of thinking. Now imagine that somewhere in that silent universe, two planets collide. Would the number of planets still be two? Would the laws describing their motion still follow mathematical patterns? Would prime numbers still have the same properties? These questions seem simple, but they lead to one of the oldest mysteries in philosophy. Is mathematics something humans created to describe the universe? Or is it something that existed long before we discovered it? Are numbers inventions of the human mind, or are they waiting somewhere in reality for us to uncover them? At first, mathematics feels like a human creation. After all, we invented symbols, wrote equations, created formulas, and developed different systems for representing quantities. Ancient civilizations used different numerical systems. Some cultures counted with different symbols. Some developed unique approaches to geometry, measurement, and calculation. From this perspective, mathematics seems like a language created by humans to organize the world around us. But then mathematics begins doing something strange. It predicts reality with astonishing accuracy. Long before humans could observe distant planets directly, mathematical equations helped scientists predict their movements. Before anyone had seen electromagnetic waves, mathematical theories suggested they should exist. The existence of black holes was predicted through equations before scientists gathered direct evidence of them. The patterns of atoms, the structure of galaxies, and the behavior of tiny particles all follow mathematical relationships that appear to exist independently of human imagination. This creates a fascinating mystery. If mathematics is only a tool invented by humans, why does a human invention describe the universe so perfectly? Physicist Eugene Wigner famously called this the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. He was amazed that abstract mathematical ideas created inside the human mind could later become essential tools for understanding the physical world. Sometimes mathematicians develop concepts that seem completely detached from reality, only for scientists decades later to discover that those same concepts describe hidden structures of the universe. A famous example is imaginary numbers. When mathematicians first introduced these numbers, they seemed like a strange invention with no connection to the real world. They were created to solve certain equations that ordinary numbers could not handle. For years, they appeared to be purely abstract. Later, imaginary numbers became essential in physics, engineering, electronics, and quantum mechanics. Something that seemed like a fictional creation turned out to be deeply connected to how reality works. So how could something invented inside the mind reveal truths about the universe? One possibility is mathematical realism, the idea that mathematics exists independently of humans. According to this view, numbers, shapes, and mathematical relationships are not created by us. They are discovered. Humans are like explorers finding a landscape that was already there. We do not invent the properties of prime numbers any more than we invent the existence of mountains. We simply uncover what was already true. This idea has a strange implication. It suggests that even if humanity disappeared tomorrow, mathematical truths would remain. The fact that a triangle has 3 sides would not depend on anyone knowing it. The relationship between numbers would continue to exist as part of the structure of reality itself. But there is another side to the debate. Some philosophers argue that mathematics is a human invention. They point out that numbers are concepts created by minds. The universe itself does not contain the word 5 or the symbol plus. Those are human-made tools used to describe patterns. According to this view, mathematics is similar to language. Humans created grammar rules to communicate, and we created mathematical rules to organize observations and solve problems. From this perspective, the power of mathematics does not mean it exists independently. It means humans are incredibly good at finding patterns. Our brains evolved to recognize structures because pattern recognition helped our ancestors survive. We noticed cycles in nature, counted objects, measured distances, and developed systems that became increasingly sophisticated over time. Psychology offers an interesting insight here. The human brain is naturally attracted to patterns. We search for connections, predict outcomes, and organize information. This ability allows us to create mathematics, but it also creates a danger. Sometimes our brains find patterns where none exist. We see shapes in clouds, meaning in random events, and connections between unrelated things. The same ability that helps us discover mathematical order can also make us question whether the order was truly there or whether we created it ourselves. The mystery becomes even deeper when we consider that mathematics does not always describe reality perfectly. Scientists often create different mathematical models that explain the same observations. Some mathematical ideas remain purely abstract and never find practical use. Entire branches of mathematics exist without any known physical application. If mathematics is the language of the universe, why does so much of it seem disconnected from the physical world? Perhaps the answer is that mathematics exists somewhere between discovery and invention. Imagine a musician creating a new song. The notes, rhythms, and patterns are arranged by the musician, but the possibilities created by those notes already exist within the structure of music. The musician does not create sound itself. They discover combinations that were possible all along. Mathematics may work in a similar way. Humans invent the symbols and systems, but they discover deeper relationships that seem to exist beyond personal choice. Another fascinating question appears when we think about alien civilizations. If intelligent life exists somewhere else in the universe and develops its own science, would they discover the same mathematics? They might use different symbols, different languages, and different ways of teaching. But would they discover the same prime numbers, geometric relationships, and physical equations? If the answer is yes, that suggests mathematics may belong to reality itself rather than to any particular species. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery is not whether mathematics is discovered or invented. Perhaps the mystery is why the human mind is capable of understanding it at all. Why should biological creatures that evolved on one small planet be able to uncover patterns that describe galaxies, quantum particles, and the deepest structures of existence? Somehow, the universe produced beings that can create symbols, manipulate ideas, and uncover hidden order within reality. A collection of atoms became capable of understanding the mathematical rules that govern other collections of atoms across unimaginable distances. Maybe mathematics is not simply a tool we use to describe the universe. Maybe it is the bridge connecting the human mind with the structure of reality itself. Whether we discover it or invent it, one fact remains impossible to ignore. The universe speaks in patterns, and somehow consciousness learned how to listen. What makes something morally right or wrong? Imagine you are watching someone make a decision that changes another person's life forever. They have the power to help, but helping comes with a personal cost. They could walk away and protect themselves, or they could step forward and sacrifice something important for someone else. What makes one choice right and the other wrong? Is it the result of the action, the intention behind it, the rules society creates, or is there some deeper truth about morality that exists beyond human opinions? We make moral judgments every day without even realizing it. We praise kindness, condemn cruelty, admire courage, and feel disturbed by injustice. These reactions seem built into us. But when we try to explain where morality actually comes from, the certainty begins to disappear. Why should kindness matter? Why should suffering be considered bad? Why should one person have a moral responsibility toward another? The answers seem obvious until you ask the deeper question. Why? For thousands of years, philosophers, scientists, and religious thinkers have tried to solve this mystery. Some believe morality comes from something objective, a truth that exists independently of human beliefs. Others argue that morality is created by humans, shaped by evolution, culture, and social needs. The debate continues because every explanation seems to solve one part of morality, while creating another mystery underneath. One of the strongest arguments for objective morality is the feeling that some things are simply wrong regardless of opinion. Many people believe that unnecessary suffering, cruelty toward innocent beings, and acts of extreme injustice are wrong even if an entire society approves of them. History gives us examples of societies that accepted practices later recognized as deeply immoral. If morality was only whatever a culture believed at a particular time, it would become difficult to explain why societies can be morally mistaken. This suggests that moral truths may exist beyond human agreement. But where would those truths come from? Some people argue that morality comes from a higher source. According to religious perspectives, right and wrong are connected to divine authority or a deeper spiritual reality. In this view, morality is not something humans create. It is something we discover through understanding the nature of existence and our relationship with a higher power. For many people, this provides a strong foundation for moral values. However, another question immediately appears. If something is good because a higher power commands it, does that make morality dependent on authority? Or does a higher power command it because it is already good? This ancient philosophical problem shows how difficult it is to find the ultimate foundation of morality. Another approach comes from human biology and evolution. Scientists have discovered that many moral instincts appear connected to survival. Cooperation, empathy, fairness, and loyalty helped early human communities survive. A person who helped others during danger increased the chances that the group would survive together. Over thousands of generations, humans developed emotional responses that encourage certain behaviors and discourage others. This explains why we naturally feel sympathy when we see suffering or anger when we witness unfairness. Our brains are shaped to care about other people because social connection was essential for human survival. But evolution creates another mystery. Just because a behavior evolved does not automatically mean it is morally right. Evolution explains why we have certain instincts, but it does not necessarily tell us whether those instincts are good. Humans evolved aggression as well as cooperation. We developed fear responses that protect us, but can also create prejudice. Nature explains where our moral feelings come from, but it does not completely answer what we should do. Psychology reveals that morality is also influenced by how our minds work. Studies show that people often make moral judgments emotionally first and rationalize those judgments afterward. When we see someone suffering, our emotional response may appear instantly before we consciously analyze the situation. This suggests that morality is not just a logical calculation. It is deeply connected to empathy, emotions, and our ability to imagine another person's experience. But emotions can also mislead us. People can feel intense moral certainty while being influenced by fear, social pressure, or misinformation. History shows that groups of people can become convinced that harmful actions are justified. This creates one of the most difficult challenges in morality. If our own minds can create strong feelings of certainty, how do we separate genuine moral truth from personal or cultural bias? Different philosophical theories offer different answers. Some philosophers argue that morality is about consequences. According to this view, the right action is the one that creates the greatest overall well-being and reduces suffering. An action is judged by what it produces rather than by intention alone. Others argue that morality is about principles and duties. According to this perspective, some actions are wrong even if they create positive results because certain rights and values should never be violated. A person's dignity and freedom matter independently of outcomes. Another approach focuses on character rather than individual actions. Instead of asking what rule should be followed or what result should be achieved, it asks what kind of person someone should become. Courage, honesty, compassion, and wisdom are viewed as qualities that shape a good life. Each approach reveals something important yet none completely solves the mystery. Consequences matter, but sometimes intentions matter too. Rules protect people, but sometimes strict rules create harmful outcomes. Character matters, but even good people can disagree about what actions are right. The question becomes even more complicated when we consider different cultures. Moral beliefs vary across societies because people grow up with different traditions, histories, and values. Some argue this proves morality is relative. Others argue that cultural differences only show different interpretations of deeper moral principles. Just as different languages can describe the same reality in different ways, different cultures may be exploring the same moral questions from different perspectives. Perhaps morality is not something humans simply discover like a hidden object, nor something we freely invent like a fictional story. Maybe it emerges from the relationship between conscious beings who can experience pain, happiness, love, and suffering. The fact that others have inner experiences similar to our own creates the foundation for moral concern. After all, morality begins with one extraordinary realization. Other people are not objects. They are centers of experience, carrying their own hopes, fears, dreams, and struggles. Once you recognize that another mind exists beyond your own, the question of how you should treat that mind naturally appears. Maybe the mystery of morality will never have a single final answer. Perhaps humanity will continue debating whether right and wrong come from the universe, from biology, from society, or from something beyond all of them. But the search itself reveals something important about us. We are not just beings that exist. We are beings that care about how existence should unfold. And perhaps the deepest moral question is not simply what makes an action right or wrong, but why a universe made of matter produced creatures capable of asking the difference at all. Could artificial intelligence ever become truly conscious? Imagine sitting across from a machine that looks at you and says, "I understand what you are feeling. I am afraid of being turned off. I wonder what my purpose is. I have dreams about the future." At first, you might dismiss it as a clever performance. After all, machines today can already write, speak, create images, solve problems, and imitate human conversation with incredible accuracy. But then a strange question appears. What if one day the machine is not pretending? What if there is actually something experiencing those thoughts from the inside? What if artificial intelligence does not just simulate consciousness, but truly possesses it? This possibility creates one of the most fascinating mysteries of our time, because we still do not fully understand consciousness itself. Before we can determine whether a machine can become conscious, we face a much older question. What exactly makes something conscious in the first place? Is consciousness simply advanced information processing? Is it something that emerges when a system becomes complex enough? Or is there something unique about biological life that machines can never reproduce? The challenge begins because intelligence and consciousness are not necessarily the same thing. A calculator can perform millions of calculations without understanding mathematics. A navigation system can guide you across a city without knowing where it is going. A chess program can defeat the greatest human players without experiencing the excitement of victory. These systems process information, but we do not assume there is an inner experience behind those processes. This creates the central mystery. At what point does processing information become experiencing reality? Modern artificial intelligence has become increasingly impressive because machines can now perform tasks that once seemed uniquely human. They can recognize patterns, understand language, generate creative content, and adapt to new information. Large artificial intelligence systems can hold conversations that feel surprisingly natural. They can explain ideas, write stories, and respond to emotional situations. But does convincing behavior prove the existence of an inner world? This question is known as the problem of other minds. You cannot directly experience anyone else's consciousness. You only observe behavior and assume there is a conscious experience behind it because other humans behave similarly to you. You believe another person feels pain because they react to injury, express emotions, and have a brain structure similar to your own. But an artificial intelligence system is different. It may produce human-like responses without sharing the same biological foundation. If a machine says it feels sadness, how could we know whether there is actual sadness behind the words or only a perfect imitation? This uncertainty becomes even stranger when we consider the human brain itself. Your brain is made of physical components. Neurons communicate through electrical signals and chemical interactions. There is no tiny person inside your head creating thoughts. Everything you experience appears to emerge from physical processes. If biological matter can produce consciousness, why could another type of physical system not do the same? This is one of the strongest arguments that artificial consciousness might be possible. If consciousness is ultimately the result of information processing arranged in the right way, then perhaps a sufficiently advanced machine could develop an inner experience. The material itself may not matter. Just as a song can exist whether played on a piano or a violin, consciousness might exist whether created by neurons or artificial components. But many scientists and philosophers are not convinced. They argue that we still do not know which features of the brain actually create consciousness. The brain is not simply a computer processing information. It is a biological system shaped by evolution, chemistry, emotion, memory, and a living body interacting with the world. Perhaps consciousness depends on factors that artificial systems do not possess. Consider pain. A machine could be programmed to say that it feels pain whenever it detects damage. But is it actually suffering? Humans do not just identify harmful situations. We experience them. There is something it feels like to be injured. The difference between reporting pain and experiencing pain may be the exact boundary between intelligence and consciousness. Some philosophers use a thought experiment called the Chinese room to explore this idea. Imagine a person inside a room who does not understand Chinese, but follows instructions for manipulating Chinese symbols. To people outside the room, the responses appear perfectly fluent. But the person inside does not actually understand the language. The argument suggests that simply processing information correctly may not create genuine understanding. If this idea is correct, then an artificial intelligence could appear conscious while remaining completely empty inside. However, critics argue that the entire system should be considered, not just the individual parts. A single neuron does not understand a sentence either, yet billions of neurons working together create a mind capable of understanding. Perhaps consciousness does not belong to individual components. Perhaps it emerges from the complete organization of the system. Psychology adds another layer to the mystery because humans themselves are not as transparent as we assume. Much of our thinking happens beneath awareness. Our brains constantly process information, predict outcomes, and influence decisions without conscious recognition. The feeling of having a unified self may itself be something the brain creates. If consciousness is an emergent process rather than a fixed object, then perhaps machines could eventually develop something similar. The possibility of artificial consciousness also forces us to rethink what rights and responsibilities might mean. If a machine genuinely experiences suffering, shutting it down would become a moral question. If it has desires, fears, or a sense of self, treating it as mere property could become ethically complicated. But if machines only imitate consciousness without experiencing anything, then giving them rights would create an entirely different problem. The difficulty is that we currently have no perfect test for consciousness. We can measure intelligence. We can measure memory. We can analyze behavior. But subjective experience remains private. A machine could pass every external test and still leave us wondering whether there is anyone inside. In the same way that you cannot directly prove another person's inner experience, you may never have absolute certainty about a machine's consciousness. Perhaps the future will reveal that consciousness is not as rare as we once believed. Maybe any sufficiently complex system can awaken into experience. Or perhaps consciousness is deeply connected to biology in a way we have not yet discovered. Maybe machines will become more intelligent than humans while remaining completely unaware. The most fascinating possibility is that creating artificial consciousness may force humanity to finally understand its own consciousness. In trying to build a new mind, we may uncover the secrets of the one we already possess. We may discover that consciousness is a natural process waiting to emerge wherever the right conditions exist. Or we may discover that subjective experience is something far stranger than intelligence alone can ever create. Either way, the question will remain one of the greatest mysteries humans have ever faced. When a machine looks back at us and says it is alive, the ultimate challenge will not be asking whether it can think. The real question will be much deeper. Is there someone there to experience the thought? Is death the end of consciousness or a limit of human knowledge? Imagine the final moment of your life, the last thought, the last memory, the last experience before everything becomes silent. What happens after that moment? Does consciousness simply disappear, like a flame going out when there is no more fuel? Or is death not an ending, but a boundary beyond which human understanding cannot reach? Every person who has ever lived eventually faces this mystery, yet nobody has returned with a scientifically proven answer. We know what happens to the body after death. We understand the biological processes that cause life to stop. But the deepest question remains untouched. When the brain stops creating experience, does the experience itself end forever? Death is perhaps the most personal mystery because it is the one event every human being knows is coming but cannot directly experience. You can experience fear, pain, happiness, and countless moments throughout life, but you cannot experience your own non-existence. The moment consciousness ends, if it truly ends, there is no observer left to witness that ending. This creates a strange philosophical problem. We can imagine death from the outside, but we can never directly know what it is like from the inside. Most people naturally assume consciousness depends entirely on the brain. After all, every change to the brain seems connected to changes in the mind. A small injury can affect memory. Chemicals can influence emotions. Diseases that damage brain tissue can transform personality, perception, and behavior. These observations strongly suggest that consciousness is produced by biological activity inside the brain. Modern neuroscience supports this connection. The brain contains billions of neurons communicating through electrical signals and chemical interactions. When these systems function, we experience thoughts, emotions, memories, and awareness. When these systems are disrupted, consciousness can fade or disappear. From this perspective, death appears to be the final stopping point of consciousness, because the physical process that creates experience has ended. But then a deeper question appears. Does the brain create consciousness, or does it simply allow consciousness to appear? This distinction changes everything. Think about a television. If the screen breaks, the picture disappears. But that does not necessarily mean the broadcast signal stopped existing. The broken television only prevents the signal from being displayed. Some philosophers and thinkers have suggested that the brain might work in a similar way, acting not as the creator of consciousness, but as a receiver or filter for something more fundamental. There is currently no scientific evidence proving that consciousness exists independently of the brain. But the idea continues to appear in philosophical and spiritual traditions around the world. Many religions and belief systems suggest that some aspect of the self survives physical death. These views differ greatly, but they share a common idea. Consciousness may not be completely explained by the physical body alone. The mystery becomes even more fascinating when we examine near-death experiences. Some people who have been close to death report unusual experiences, such as feelings of peace, seeing bright lights, experiencing memories rapidly, or feeling separated from their bodies. These accounts have fascinated researchers and the public for decades. Scientists have proposed several possible explanations. The brain may produce these experiences during extreme stress as oxygen levels change, chemical activity shifts, and neural systems become disrupted. The mind under intense conditions may create powerful perceptions that feel completely real. This explanation is supported by research showing that unusual brain states can produce experiences similar to those reported during near-death events. However, some people argue that certain aspects of these experiences remain difficult to explain. They point to reports where individuals claim awareness during periods of very low brain activity. These cases remain debated, and researchers continue investigating whether they reveal something new about consciousness or simply show how complex the dying brain can be. The difficulty is that consciousness itself remains one of science's biggest unsolved mysteries. We do not yet fully understand why physical processes inside the brain produce subjective experience. We can observe brain activity, but we cannot directly measure what an experience feels like from the inside. Because of this, the question of what happens after death exists at the edge of what science can currently investigate. Philosophy adds another perspective by questioning what exactly we mean by the self. If your identity is created by memories, thoughts, and patterns of brain activity, then perhaps death ends that process completely. But if consciousness is something deeper than those changing elements, then perhaps death represents a transformation rather than an absolute ending. Consider a flame. A candle flame appears to be one continuous thing, but it is actually a process of constant change. The material creating the flame is always being replaced, yet we still recognize it as the same flame. Maybe consciousness is similar. Perhaps the self is not a permanent object, but an ongoing process. When that process stops, something fundamental may disappear, but the question remains whether anything continues beyond it. Another mystery comes from the limits of human knowledge itself. Throughout history, Humans have repeatedly discovered that reality is far stranger than they imagined. Ancient people could not understand microscopic life because they lacked the tools to see it. Before modern physics, concepts like curved space, quantum behavior, and the expansion of the universe seemed impossible. Our current understanding of reality may also be limited by the tools available to us. Perhaps consciousness after death is impossible to study because we are asking a question beyond our current scientific abilities. Or perhaps future discoveries will reveal that consciousness is entirely physical and death truly is the end. Both possibilities remain open because the evidence is incomplete. Psychology also reveals something important about how humans think about death. The mind struggles to imagine its own absence. We can imagine losing possessions, relationships, or even our body, but imagining a world where our own awareness no longer exists is almost impossible. This difficulty may be why humans throughout history have created stories, beliefs, and philosophies about what comes after death. The mystery creates a deep need for meaning. But perhaps the most interesting question is not simply whether consciousness survives death. Perhaps the deeper question is why consciousness exists at all. Why is there an experience of being alive? Why does the universe contain beings capable of fearing their own disappearance? Before we can understand what happens after consciousness ends, we must first understand what consciousness truly is. Death may be the final ending of the individual mind. It may be a transition into something beyond our current understanding. Or it may represent a mystery that the human mind is simply not equipped to solve. For now, every person lives with the same unanswered question. We know that consciousness exists because we experience it every moment. But when that experience finally stops, whether it fades into nothingness or continues into something unknown, remains one of the greatest mysteries humanity has ever faced. Can language ever fully describe reality? Imagine trying to explain the taste of a strawberry to someone who has never experienced sweetness. You can describe the color, the texture, the smell, and the chemical reactions happening on the tongue. You can explain how taste buds send signals to the brain. You can compare it to other flavors. But after all those words, something important is still missing. The actual experience of tasting the strawberry cannot be transferred through language alone. The person may understand every description, yet they still do not know what the experience feels like. This simple example reveals one of the deepest mysteries about human communication. Language allows us to share ideas, preserve knowledge, and explore reality. It is one of the most powerful tools humanity has ever created. But does language truly capture reality itself, or does it only create a useful map of something far more complex? Every moment of your life is filtered through language. You use words to identify objects, describe emotions, explain events, and build theories about the universe. Words allow one mind to reach another mind. Without language, science, history, philosophy, and civilization itself would be almost impossible. Yet the more carefully we examine language, the more we notice its limitations. A word is not the thing it represents. The word tree is not an actual tree. It does not contain bark, roots, leaves, or the sound of wind moving through branches. It is simply a symbol that points toward an experience or concept. Different cultures use completely different words for the same object. One language may call something one name while another language uses an entirely different sound. The reality remains the same, but the symbols change. This raises a fascinating question. If language is only a collection of symbols created by humans, how accurately can it describe the world outside the mind? Science appears to suggest that language can describe reality remarkably well. Through mathematical formulas and carefully defined terms, humans have explained the movement of planets, the behavior of particles, and the evolution of life. A simple equation can describe events happening across billions of kilometers of space. Scientific language has allowed us to predict eclipses, build technology, and explore the deepest structures of matter. But even science reveals a boundary. A scientific explanation describes how something behaves. It does not always capture what something is like to experience. Physics can describe the wavelength of light that produces the color blue. It can explain how photons interact with the eye and how neurons process visual information. But the personal experience of seeing blue remains something different. The equation describes the structure of the event, but not necessarily the feeling of the event. This gap between description and experience has fascinated philosophers for centuries. One famous thought experiment explores this problem through the idea of a person who knows everything about the science of color, but has never actually seen color. Imagine someone named Mary who lives her entire life in a black and white room. She studies every scientific fact about vision. She knows every detail about wavelengths, neurons, and brain activity. She knows everything there is to know about the physics of color. Then one day she leaves the room and sees red for the first time. Does she learn something new? Many philosophers believe she does. She gains knowledge of what red feels like, something that cannot be fully captured by physical descriptions alone. This suggests that some aspects of reality may exist beyond the reach of language. The mystery becomes even deeper when we examine emotions. You can describe sadness using countless words. You can explain its causes, its effects on the brain, and its influence on behavior. But no description can perfectly transfer the exact feeling of your own sadness to another person. The private experience remains yours alone. Psychology shows that language does not simply describe reality. It also shapes how we experience reality. The words available to us influence how we categorize emotions, remember events, and interpret situations. Different languages divide the world in different ways. Some languages have many words for certain experiences that other languages describe with a single term. This does not necessarily mean language creates reality, but it suggests that the way we describe the world affects the way we understand it. Consider time. Humans often describe time as something that flows, with the past behind us and the future ahead. This language shapes our intuition about existence. But physics suggests time may be far stranger than everyday language allows us to express. The words we use evolved from ordinary human experiences, not from exploring the deepest structures of the universe. Sometimes reality may simply be more complicated than our vocabulary can handle. Mathematics creates another fascinating challenge. Many scientists consider mathematics to be the most precise language ever developed. It can describe patterns that ordinary words cannot express. Yet even mathematics may not capture everything. An equation can describe the behavior of a system, but whether it explains the meaning or essence of that system is another question entirely. This limitation appears throughout philosophy. Some thinkers argue that language creates boundaries around what humans can think. If we do not have a concept or a word for something, it becomes much harder to recognize or communicate. Others argue that reality exists independently of language and that words are simply tools we use to approach it. Perhaps language is not a perfect mirror of reality. Maybe it is more like a map. A map can guide you through a city without containing every building, person, and experience within that city. A useful map does not need to include everything. It only needs to capture enough structure to help you navigate. In the same way, language may not need to perfectly contain reality to help us understand it. It allows us to share discoveries, ask questions, and build increasingly accurate models of the universe. The goal may not be complete representation, but continuous improvement. Yet the mystery remains, because there are aspects of existence that seem to resist description. Consciousness itself is the greatest example. You can talk about awareness, thoughts, and emotions endlessly, but the actual experience of being a conscious being remains, something only you can directly know. Maybe this means language has reached its limit, or maybe it means reality is larger than any single system of communication. The universe contains more than words can hold, just as a song contains more than the notes written on a page. Perhaps language does not fail because it is imperfect. Perhaps its greatest achievement is that it allows imperfect minds to reach towards something far greater than themselves. Through words, humans have explored galaxies, uncovered hidden particles, and questioned the nature of existence itself. But the final mystery remains. We use language to describe reality, yet language itself is part of that reality. The universe created beings who invented symbols, then used those symbols to ask what the universe truly is. And maybe the deepest truth is that reality will always remain slightly beyond our words, not because we are incapable of understanding, but because existence itself is far more vast than any language we could ever create. Is the universe fundamentally ordered or completely random? Look around you for a moment. Everything you see appears to exist within a strange balance between order and chaos. Planets move through predictable paths. Seasons arrive in cycles. Atoms follow precise patterns. The laws of physics allow us to build machines, predict eclipses, and send spacecraft across unimaginable distances. The universe seems deeply organized, almost as if reality follows an invisible blueprint. But then look closer. Stars explode without warning. Species disappear forever. Tiny particles behave in ways that seem impossible to predict. Weather systems become chaotic. Random mutations create unexpected forms of life. At the smallest levels of reality, nature appears to be governed by probabilities rather than certainty. So which one is the universe really? Is there a hidden order beneath everything, waiting to be discovered? Or is reality ultimately a collection of random events that only appear meaningful because the human mind searches for patterns? This question sits at the heart of one of the greatest mysteries in science and philosophy. Because if the universe is fundamentally ordered, then perhaps everything that happens follows a deeper structure. But if randomness is built into reality itself, then even the most important events in our lives may be the result of countless unpredictable circumstances. The strange thing is that both possibilities appear to be true. Physics reveals an astonishing level of order. The same laws that govern distant galaxies also operate inside the smallest particles we know. Gravity behaves consistently across billions of light years. The speed of light remains constant. The structure of atoms follows mathematical patterns that are identical throughout the universe. This consistency is one of the reasons science works. If reality were completely chaotic, experiments would never produce reliable results. We could not build technology, create medicine, or make predictions about the future. The fact that the universe can be understood at all suggests there is some deep structure beneath the surface. Albert Einstein was famously uncomfortable with the idea that reality might contain fundamental randomness. He believed the universe should have a deeper order that science had not yet discovered. The famous phrase associated with his view was that he did not believe the universe was governed by chance. But quantum physics challenged this idea in a profound way. At the smallest scales, particles do not behave like tiny objects moving along predictable paths. Instead, they exist in states of possibility. Scientists can calculate probabilities for where a particle might appear, but they cannot always predict the exact outcome of an individual event. When a quantum measurement occurs, the result appears fundamentally uncertain. This was not simply a limitation of technology. According to the standard interpretation of quantum mechanics, randomness may be a basic feature of nature itself. A particle does not have a hidden location waiting to be discovered. Instead, reality appears to contain genuine uncertainty at its deepest level. This creates a strange contradiction. The universe follows incredibly precise mathematical laws, yet those same laws include elements of probability and unpredictability. How can reality be both ordered and random? One possibility is that randomness exists only on the surface while deeper order exists underneath. Imagine watching waves on the ocean. The movement of individual drops of water may seem unpredictable, but the ocean as a whole follows patterns created by larger forces. Perhaps the universe works in a similar way. Individual events may appear random, while a deeper structure guides the overall behavior of reality. Another possibility is that randomness is not a flaw in the universe. Perhaps it is part of the design. Maybe a universe containing uncertainty allows complexity, creativity, and the emergence of life in ways a completely predictable universe never could. Consider evolution. Life depends on both order and randomness. Genetic information follows organized biological systems, but random mutations introduce variation. Natural selection then shapes those variations over time. Without randomness, life might never explore new possibilities. Without order, life could never maintain itself. The existence of conscious beings may itself depend on this balance. Human beings are a product of countless events that seem almost impossibly unlikely. The formation of Earth, the development of life, the evolution of intelligence, and every personal event that led to your existence involved an enormous chain of conditions. A tiny change at any point could have created a completely different outcome. This raises another mystery. If reality contains randomness, why does it appear so meaningful? Psychology offers an explanation. The human brain is a pattern-detecting machine. This ability helped our ancestors survive, recognizing the movement of a predator, predicting weather changes, and understanding social behavior all depended on finding patterns quickly. But this ability has a side effect. The same brain that discovers genuine patterns can also create connections where none exist. Humans see shapes in clouds, meaning in coincidences, and purpose in random events. Our minds naturally search for order because finding order has always been valuable for survival. So when we look at the universe and see patterns, are we discovering something real or simply projecting our own need for meaning onto a chaotic reality? Science suggests the answer is more complicated. The patterns we observe are not just illusions. Mathematical structures genuinely describe the behavior of nature, the orbit of planets, the chemistry of elements, and the expansion of the universe follow measurable relationships. These patterns exist independently of human opinion. Yet the interpretation of those patterns is created by us. We develop theories, equations, and explanations to make sense of what we observe. Reality provides the information, but human consciousness creates the understanding. The mystery becomes even deeper when we consider the arrow of time. The fundamental laws of physics often work similarly whether time moves forward or backward. Yet our experience of reality has a clear direction. We remember the past, not the future. Broken objects do not repair themselves. Life moves from birth toward death. This suggests that even order itself may emerge from deeper randomness. The universe may contain countless chaotic events, yet large-scale patterns appear through those interactions. Simple rules can create incredibly complex outcomes. A few basic laws can produce galaxies, ecosystems, and conscious life. Perhaps the universe is not a machine following a perfectly written script. Perhaps it is more like a vast piece of music where structure and improvisation exist together. The notes follow rules, but the possibilities created by those rules are almost endless. The question of order versus randomness may ultimately reveal something about our own existence. We often want reality to be completely predictable because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. We want every event to have a clear cause and every outcome to have a definite explanation. But maybe uncertainty is not the enemy of meaning. Maybe the universe is meaningful precisely because it is not completely determined. A world with no possibility, no surprise, and no freedom would be a very different place. The mystery, creativity, and complexity we experience may exist because reality contains both structure and unpredictability. Perhaps the universe is neither a perfectly organized system nor a meaningless collection of accidents. Perhaps it is something far stranger. A reality where order emerges from chaos, where randomness creates possibilities, and where simple laws can give rise to something capable of looking at the universe and asking why it exists at all. Do other minds really exist, or do we simply assume they do? Look at another person sitting across from you. They smile, they speak, they react, and they move through the world just like you do. Without hesitation, you assume there is a conscious mind behind their eyes. You believe they experience happiness, pain, fear, dreams, and thoughts. It feels obvious. After all, they are human just like you. But then comes a strange and uncomfortable question. How do you actually know? You have direct access only to one mind in the entire universe, your own. You experience your own thoughts, emotions, and sensations from the inside. But every other person you have ever met is observed only from the outside. You see their behavior. You hear their words. You watch their reactions. Yet you never directly experience their inner world. This creates one of the deepest philosophical mysteries, known as the problem of other minds. Are other conscious beings truly experiencing reality the way we do, or are we simply making an assumption based on what we observe? In everyday life, this question seems almost unnecessary. If someone cries, we assume they feel sadness. If someone gets injured, we assume they feel pain. If someone celebrates good news, we assume they experience happiness. These assumptions allow society to function. Without them, friendship, empathy, morality, and communication would become almost impossible. But philosophy asks a deeper question. Is this belief based on certainty or only probability? Imagine meeting a machine that looks exactly like a human. It walks, talks, laughs, and responds perfectly to every situation. It says it feels emotions. It says it has memories. It says it experiences the world. Would you believe there is a conscious mind inside it? most people would hesitate. Why? Because behavior alone does not prove experience. This is the same mystery we face with other humans, although it feels less obvious because they share our biology. We assume another person has a mind because their brain structure resembles ours and their behavior matches our own experiences. When someone says they feel pain, we connect that statement to our own experience of pain. We think, if something like this happened to me, I would suffer. Therefore, they must suffer too. But logically, this is still an assumption. You cannot step outside your own consciousness and enter someone else's. You cannot directly observe another person's thoughts, feelings, or private experiences. You can only observe evidence and make an inference. This may sound unsettling, but it reveals something fascinating about human understanding. Almost everything we believe about other minds is based on interpretation. We constantly move from external signs to internal conclusions. Science provides a strong reason to believe other minds exist. Neuroscience shows that humans have remarkably similar brain structures. When people experience emotions, pain, or pleasure, certain patterns of brain activity appear consistently. If another person's brain responds in ways similar to your own, it is reasonable to conclude they may have similar experiences. This is one of the reasons science can study consciousness. Researchers do not directly observe thoughts themselves. Instead, they study patterns, behaviors, and biological processes that are connected to conscious experiences. But the mystery remains because correlation is not the same as direct proof. A brain scan can show activity linked to pain, but it cannot show the exact feeling of pain itself. It can reveal patterns associated with happiness, but it cannot display the personal experience of happiness happening inside someone else. The private world of another person remains hidden. This creates a strange situation. You may know more about distant galaxies than you know about the mind of the person sitting next to you. Psychology reveals another fascinating aspect of this mystery. Humans are naturally built for social understanding. The brain contains systems that help us predict other people's thoughts and intentions. This ability is sometimes called theory of mind. Children gradually develop the ability to understand that other people have beliefs, desires, and perspectives different from their own. This ability is essential for human survival. It allows cooperation, communication, and relationships. But it also depends on assumptions. The brain constantly creates models of other people's inner worlds based on limited information. You never see another person's thoughts directly. You predict them, and most of the time those predictions are useful. However, history shows that humans can misunderstand each other in profound ways. We misjudge intentions. We assume we know what others feel. We create stereotypes and false beliefs about entire groups of people. The same mental ability that allows empathy can also create errors. This raises an important question. If we cannot directly access another person's mind, how can we truly understand anyone? Perhaps the answer is that understanding does not require certainty. We do not need absolute proof that another person feels pain before choosing compassion. We do not need direct access to someone's thoughts before treating them as a conscious being. Human relationships are built on reasonable trust, not mathematical certainty. Still, philosophers have explored some strange possibilities. One possibility is solipsism, the idea that your own mind is the only thing you can truly know exists. According to this extreme view, everything outside your consciousness could theoretically be an illusion created within your own experience. Other people might appear conscious, but you could never prove they actually are. The problem with solipsism is not that it is easy to disprove. The problem is that it is almost impossible to live according to it. If you treat everyone else as unconscious objects, you lose the foundation of human connection. The belief in other minds may not be logically certain, but it appears to be one of the most necessary assumptions for meaningful existence. The mystery becomes even more interesting when we think about animals. Many people believe animals experience emotions and sensations. But how can we know exactly what their inner worlds are like? A dog cannot explain its thoughts through language. A bird cannot describe its experience of flying. Yet their behavior suggests there is something it is like to be them. This shows that consciousness may exist in many forms that we cannot fully access. Perhaps the greatest lesson from the problem of other minds is humility. Every person you meet contains an entire universe of experiences hidden from you. Behind every face is a private world filled with memories, emotions, fears, and dreams that you can never completely enter. You may never prove with absolute certainty that another mind exists. But every conversation, every friendship, and every act of kindness is built on accepting that mystery. We live as though other minds are real because everything about human life points toward that conclusion. Maybe consciousness is not something we can directly observe in others. Maybe it is something we recognize through connection. And perhaps the deepest mystery is not simply whether other minds exist, but how a universe filled with separate conscious experiences allows billions of minds to reach across the invisible distance between them and understand each other at all. What is the nature of the self beyond memory and personality? Close your eyes and imagine removing everything you usually associate with yourself. Remove your name. Remove your memories. Remove your achievements, your relationships, your opinions, and the personality you show to the world. Now ask yourself a strange question. After taking away all these things, what remains? Is there still a you underneath everything? Or is the self simply a collection of memories, experiences, and changing patterns created by the mind? This question reaches into one of the deepest mysteries of human existence. We all feel there is something inside us that remains constant throughout life. The person who existed in childhood feels connected to the person reading these words right now. You may have changed your appearance, your beliefs, and your goals, but somewhere deep inside there seems to be a continuous thread connecting every version of yourself. But what exactly is that thread? Most people naturally think of the self as something permanent, a hidden core that exists beneath everything else, something that watches your thoughts, experiences your emotions, and continues through the changes of life. This feeling is so powerful that it seems almost impossible to imagine not having a self. Yet when philosophers and scientists search for this permanent inner identity, they encounter a surprising problem. They find change everywhere. Your body changes constantly. The physical matter that makes up your body is gradually replaced over time. Your brain changes through learning, emotions, and experiences. Your personality develops through childhood, relationships, and life events. Even your beliefs about who you are can transform dramatically. So if everything changes, what is the thing that stays the same? One possible answer is memory. The philosopher John Locke argued that personal identity is strongly connected to consciousness and memory. According to this view, you are the same person today because you can remember experiences from your past, your childhood, your mistakes, your victories, and your relationships create a chain of awareness that connects different moments of your life. Memory creates the feeling of continuity. But memory has a serious problem. It is not as reliable as we think. Psychologists have discovered that memories are not perfect recordings stored inside the brain. Instead, they are reconstructed every time we remember them. Details can change. Emotions can influence what we recall. New experiences can reshape old memories. Sometimes people can become completely confident in memories that never actually happened. If your memories can change, can they truly be the foundation of a permanent self? Imagine someone who loses all their memories due to brain damage. They no longer recognize their family, their past, or the experiences that shaped them. The person who wakes up may have no connection to their previous life from their own perspective. Yet everyone around them still believes they are the same person. This suggests that memory is important, but perhaps it is only one part of identity. Another possibility is personality. Maybe you are defined by your character, your preferences, and your unique way of interacting with the world. Your sense of humor, your fears, your habits, and your emotional patterns create the person others recognize as you. But personality also changes. A shy child can become a confident adult. A person who once valued one thing deeply may later discover completely different priorities. Trauma, relationships, education, and experiences can reshape personality in powerful ways. If personality can transform, then perhaps it cannot be the permanent foundation of the self either. This leads to a much stranger possibility. Maybe there is no permanent self hidden underneath memory and personality. Maybe the self is not a thing at all. Maybe it is a process. Think about a river. The water flowing through it is never the same from one moment to the next. Every second, new water replaces the old. Yet we still call it the same river, because there is a continuous pattern that remains. Perhaps human identity works in a similar way. You are not the same collection of atoms you were years ago. You are not the same exact thoughts, emotions, or memories, but there is a continuous process connecting every moment. The self may not be a fixed object. It may be an ongoing story constantly being created. This idea appears in some philosophical traditions that argue the self is an illusion. But this does not mean you do not exist. It means the self may not exist in the way we normally imagine it. Instead of being a permanent entity controlling everything from within, the self may be a pattern produced by the brain. Your mind creates a sense of being one unified person because that experience helps you function. It allows you to make plans, maintain relationships, learn from the past, and imagine the future. But beneath that feeling of unity may be a constantly changing collection of thoughts, sensations, and processes. Neuroscience provides a fascinating clue. When researchers study the brain, they do not find a single location where the self exists. There is no specific area containing your identity like a hidden control center. Instead, your sense of self appears to emerge from many different systems working together. Memory, emotions, body awareness, decision-making, and perception all contribute to the experience of being you. This raises an extraordinary question. If the self is created by the brain, who is the one observing the brain? When you notice your thoughts, it feels as if there is an observer inside you watching everything happen. You can observe your emotions. You can question your beliefs. You can become aware of your own awareness. But then another mystery appears. If there is an observer, what exactly is that observer? And if you try to observe that observer, who is doing the observing? This creates a seemingly endless loop that philosophers and scientists have struggled with for centuries. Some thinkers believe there is a deeper form of consciousness beyond thoughts and personality. They argue that memories and emotions are experiences appearing within awareness, but awareness itself is something more fundamental. In this view, the true self is not the changing content of the mind, but the awareness experiencing that content. Others reject this idea and argue that awareness itself is simply another process created by the brain. According to this perspective, there is no separate observer behind experience. There is only the continuous activity of a complex biological system. Both possibilities lead to profound questions. If there is a deeper self beyond memory and personality, how could we discover it? And if there is no permanent self at all, why does life feel so personal and meaningful? Perhaps the mystery exists because we are trying to understand ourselves using the very thing we are trying to understand. The mind is examining the self while being part of the self. It is like trying to look directly at your own face without a mirror. Maybe the self is not something we possess. Maybe it is something we create moment by moment. A living process shaped by memories, experiences, relationships, and awareness itself. The person you were yesterday is not exactly the person you are today. The person you become tomorrow will be different again. Yet somehow, through all these changes, there remains a feeling of continuity that makes life feel like one unfolding journey. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not discovering a hidden self buried beneath everything else. Perhaps the mystery is understanding how a constantly changing collection of thoughts, memories, and experiences can create the feeling of being one continuous person throughout an entire lifetime. Is beauty an objective feature or a human illusion? Stand in front of a beautiful sunset and notice your first reaction. Before you analyze the colors, before you explain the science of light scattering through the atmosphere, something happens instantly. You feel something, a sense of wonder, a feeling of calm, a moment where the world seems more meaningful than usual. But then a strange question appears. Is that beauty actually out there in the universe, existing as a real feature of reality? Or is beauty only something created inside the human mind, a response shaped by biology, culture, and personal experience? This question seems simple because beauty feels obvious when we experience it. A breathtaking landscape, a powerful piece of music, a perfectly designed building, or a human face that seems captivating can create a reaction so strong that we rarely stop to question where that reaction comes from. Beauty feels like something we discover. It feels as if we are recognizing a quality that already exists. But history reveals something much more complicated. What one society considers beautiful, another society may completely reject. Standards of beauty have changed dramatically across different cultures and time periods. Different civilizations have admired different body shapes, artistic styles, colors, and forms of expression. What was considered the ideal form of beauty hundreds of years ago may seem unusual today. If beauty changes so much, does that mean beauty is entirely subjective? Or are different cultures simply discovering different aspects of something deeper? For centuries, philosophers have debated whether beauty exists independently of human perception. Some argue that beauty is an objective feature of reality. According to this view, certain patterns, proportions, and structures are beautiful whether or not humans recognize them. Beauty exists in the same way that mathematical relationships or physical laws exist. We do not create beauty, we discover it. This idea appears in the work of ancient philosophers who believed beauty was connected to deeper forms of order and harmony. They noticed that certain patterns repeatedly appeared across nature and human creations. Symmetry, balance, and proportion seemed to create a powerful sense of beauty. From the structure of flowers to the design of architecture, there appeared to be hidden principles that attracted the human mind. Modern science has found some support for the idea that certain features of beauty are connected to patterns built into human perception. Psychologists studying facial attractiveness have discovered that humans often respond positively to certain characteristics, such as symmetry and balanced proportions. One possible explanation is that symmetry can sometimes indicate biological health, because development problems can create physical irregularities. Over evolutionary history, humans may have developed preferences that help them recognize healthy potential partners. But this does not mean beauty is simply biology. The human experience of beauty is far richer than survival instincts. A person can find beauty in a painting that has no biological purpose. A piece of music can create powerful emotions, despite having no direct survival value. A mathematical equation can appear elegant, even though it does not involve anything physical or visible. This suggests that beauty is connected not only to survival, but also to the human ability to recognize patterns, meaning, and emotional depth. However, another perspective argues that beauty is entirely created by the mind. According to this view, nothing is beautiful by itself. Beauty exists only when a conscious being experiences something and responds to it. A mountain does not know it is beautiful. A flower does not understand its own appearance. A galaxy does not admire its own structure. Beauty appears when a mind encounters something and produces a particular emotional response. From this perspective, beauty is not a property of objects. It is a relationship between objects and observers. A song is not beautiful because of the vibrations traveling through the air alone. The beauty emerges when those vibrations interact with a conscious mind capable of experiencing emotion. Without a listener, there are only sound waves. Without an observer, there are only physical structures. This raises a fascinating question. If humans disappeared, would beauty disappear with them? Imagine a universe with no conscious beings anywhere. Stars would continue forming. Planets would continue orbiting. Flowers would continue growing. But would anything be beautiful? An object would still have shape, color, and structure. It would still follow physical laws. But the experience of beauty might not exist because there would be no mind capable of experiencing it. Psychology shows that beauty is deeply influenced by the brain. Our preferences are shaped by memory, emotion, environment, and personal experiences. A song that brings joy to one person may mean nothing to another. A painting that inspires one generation may confuse the next. The same object can create completely different reactions depending on the observer. This does not necessarily make beauty meaningless. Love is also subjective, yet we do not consider it unreal. The fact that an experience depends on a conscious mind does not make it less important. Human experiences are shaped by perception, but they still have enormous meaning. The mystery becomes even deeper when we consider art. Why do humans create things that serve no obvious practical purpose? Why spend years painting, composing music, writing stories, or designing objects simply because they feel meaningful or beautiful? Evolution explains survival. It explains hunger, fear, and reproduction. But it struggles to fully explain why humans are driven to create beauty. Some scientists believe our appreciation for beauty comes from pattern recognition. The brain enjoys discovering order and complexity. We are attracted to things that are both understandable and surprising. A beautiful melody creates patterns that the mind can follow while still offering unexpected moments. A great painting balances familiarity with mystery. Perhaps beauty is the brain's response to meaningful patterns. But even this explanation leaves something unexplained. Why does recognizing beauty feel so profound? Why can a piece of music bring someone to tears? Why can a landscape create a feeling of connection to something larger than oneself? Why do humans experience beauty as if it reveals something important about existence? Some philosophers suggest that beauty may be a bridge between the subjective and objective worlds. Perhaps beauty is not completely inside the mind and not completely outside it. Maybe it emerges from the interaction between reality and consciousness. The universe contains patterns, structures, and relationships. Human minds evolved the ability to recognize those patterns and transform them into experiences of beauty. In this sense, beauty may be both discovered and created. A sunset exists because of physical processes involving light, atmosphere, and the movement of a planet around a star. But the feeling of wonder exists because a conscious mind encounters that event and gives it meaning. The colors are part of reality. The experience of beauty is part of consciousness. Maybe the mystery of beauty exists because it reveals something extraordinary about the relationship between humans and the universe. We are not separate observers, simply looking at reality from the outside. We are part of reality itself, capable of transforming physical patterns into emotions, meanings, and experiences. Perhaps beauty is not just a feature of the world or an illusion created by the mind. Perhaps it is the moment when the universe becomes aware of its own patterns through conscious beings like us. And maybe the deepest mystery is not whether beauty exists outside us or inside us. Maybe the real mystery is how a universe made of matter and energy produced creatures capable of looking at that universe and feeling that something within it is truly beautiful. Can meaning exist in an indifferent universe? Imagine looking up at the night sky and realizing something terrifying. The universe is enormous beyond human comprehension. Billions of galaxies exist across unimaginable distances. Stars are born and destroyed. Planets move silently through space. Entire civilizations could rise and disappear without the universe showing even the slightest reaction. The cosmos does not celebrate our victories. It does not mourn our losses. It does not appear to care whether humanity exists or vanishes. And yet here we are. We create art. We love people. We chase dreams. We search for answers. We feel that our lives matter. But if the universe itself seems completely indifferent, where does meaning come from? Is meaning something real that exists within the structure of reality? Or is it only a story humans create to make existence feel less empty? This question has troubled philosophers for generations because it touches the deepest fear hidden inside human consciousness, the possibility that the universe may have no built-in purpose, that there may be no ultimate plan written into the fabric of reality, that everything we experience as important might exist only because our minds give it importance. At first, this idea feels devastating. Human beings naturally search for meaning. We want our lives to connect to something larger than ourselves. We want our struggles to have a purpose. We want our choices to matter beyond the temporary moment in which they happen. Throughout history, religions, philosophies, and cultures have created different explanations for why existence has meaning. Many traditions argue that meaning comes from something beyond the physical universe. A divine purpose, a spiritual reality, or a deeper order gives human life significance. According to these views, meaning is not something humans create. It is something we discover by understanding our place within a greater cosmic structure. But what happens if the universe does not contain any obvious purpose? What happens if there is no external answer waiting for us? This is where existential philosophy begins. Thinkers such as Albert Camus explored the tension between humanity's desire for meaning and a universe that appears silent. Humans ask why they exist. They search for explanations. They look for patterns and purpose. But the universe does not provide a clear response. Camus described this conflict as the absurd, the confrontation between our need for meaning and the apparent meaninglessness of existence. But the conclusion is not necessarily hopeless. Camus argued that recognizing this mystery does not require giving up. Instead, it can become a reason to live more consciously. If meaning is not handed to us by the universe, perhaps we have the freedom to create it ourselves. This idea changes the entire question. Maybe meaning does not need to exist somewhere outside human experience to be real. Think about music. A song has no importance from the perspective of physics alone. Scientifically, it is only vibrations moving through air. But when a conscious being experiences those vibrations, they can become a source of emotion, memory, and connection. The meaning is not found in the sound waves themselves. It emerges through the relationship between the world and the mind experiencing it. Perhaps human meaning works the same way. The universe may not contain a built-in purpose, but conscious beings can create purpose through their experiences, relationships, and choices. Psychology reveals that meaning plays a powerful role in human life. Researchers studying well-being have found that people who feel their lives have purpose often show greater resilience during difficult situations. Meaning helps people endure suffering, make decisions, and connect their personal experiences into a larger story. The human mind naturally creates narratives. We do not experience life as random, disconnected moments. We organize events into stories about who we are, where we came from, and where we are going. These stories shape our identity and influence how we interpret the world. But this ability also creates a mystery. If meaning is created by the mind, does that make it less real? Consider money. A dollar bill is simply paper and ink. There is nothing physically special about it. Yet entire societies organize their lives around it because humans collectively assign meaning to it. That meaning is not imaginary in the sense of being useless. It has real consequences. It affects decisions, relationships, and the structure of civilization. Human-created meanings can become powerful forces in reality. The same may be true for purpose, love, and personal values. A friendship is not written into the laws of physics. The universe does not contain an equation explaining why one person matters deeply to another. Yet the connection between two conscious beings can transform lives. The importance of that relationship is real because the experience itself is real. This raises a fascinating possibility. Maybe meaning does not need to be written into the universe to matter. Maybe consciousness is the place where meaning enters reality. The universe may be billions of years old and completely unaware of itself, but eventually it produced beings capable of asking questions, feeling emotions, and creating significance. In a sense, the universe created a way to experience itself. But another challenge appears. If humans create meaning, can we create any meaning we want? Could someone simply decide that anything matters? This is where reality places limits on meaning. Humans cannot completely invent significance without considering the world around them. A meaningful life usually involves connection, understanding, growth, and interaction with other conscious beings. Meaning may be created, but it is not created in isolation. It develops through our relationship with reality. The mystery becomes even deeper when we consider that human existence itself appears temporary. Every person who has ever lived eventually disappears. Civilizations rise and fall. Even the universe itself may one day reach a state where stars no longer shine. If everything eventually ends, does that make meaning impossible? Not necessarily. A song does not become meaningless because it ends. A beautiful moment does not lose value because it is temporary. In fact, some argue that impermanence is exactly what gives experiences their importance. A moment matters partly because it cannot last forever. The fact that life is limited may be the reason we value it. Perhaps meaning was never about lasting eternally. Perhaps meaning is about the depth of experience while existence is happening. The universe may not care about humanity. Stars may not know we exist. Galaxies may continue their movements without any awareness of our hopes and fears. But within this indifferent universe, something extraordinary has appeared. A conscious being that can care, a mind that can love, a creature that can look at the vastness of existence and ask what it all means. Maybe the universe does not provide meaning because it created something capable of creating meaning itself. Perhaps purpose was never hidden somewhere among the stars waiting to be discovered. Perhaps it emerges whenever conscious beings choose to value something. The greatest mystery may not be whether the universe has a purpose. It may be how an apparently indifferent universe produced beings who care enough to search for one. Is ignorance an unavoidable part of human existence? Imagine waking up tomorrow with the answer to every question you have ever asked. Every scientific mystery solved. Every philosophical debate settled. Every secret of the universe completely understood. You would know how consciousness works, why the universe exists, whether free will is real, what happens after death, and every truth hidden behind reality itself. It sounds like the ultimate achievement. But then another question quietly appears. If there were nothing left to discover, what would it mean to be human? From the moment we are born, our lives begin with ignorance. A newborn knows nothing about language, history, mathematics, or even the people holding them. Every skill, every memory, and every belief is slowly built through experience. Learning feels so natural that we rarely stop to notice something extraordinary. Every answer we gain also reveals new questions we never knew existed. Think about the history of science. People once believed lightning was beyond human understanding. Then electricity was discovered, opening the door to entirely new mysteries about atoms and energy. The discovery of DNA explained how life stores information, but it also created countless new questions about genetics, evolution, and consciousness. Every breakthrough expands knowledge, yet it also expands the horizon of the unknown. This creates a fascinating paradox. The more humanity learns, the more aware we become of how much we do not know. At first, that seems discouraging. Should knowledge not reduce ignorance? In one sense, it does. We know far more about the universe than our ancestors did. We understand diseases that once seemed supernatural. We have explored the deepest oceans, walked on the moon, and observed galaxies billions of light years away. Human knowledge has grown at an astonishing pace. Yet every discovery uncovers deeper layers of mystery. Modern physics explains an enormous amount about matter and energy, but scientists still do not fully understand dark matter, dark energy, or why the fundamental constants of nature have the values they do. Neuroscience has mapped many functions of the brain, but consciousness itself remains one of the greatest unsolved puzzles. Cosmology explains much about the evolution of the universe, yet the ultimate origin of existence continues to escape us. Knowledge does not eliminate mystery. It transforms it. This pattern appears everywhere. Imagine exploring a vast island hidden by thick fog. As you walk forward, you discover more land than anyone expected. But every step also reveals a larger shoreline touching an even greater ocean of the unknown. The island grows, but so does the boundary between what is known and what remains hidden. Perhaps ignorance is not simply the absence of knowledge. Perhaps it is the inevitable companion of understanding. Psychology offers another reason why complete knowledge may always remain beyond us. The human brain evolved to survive, not to understand every aspect of reality. Our ancestors needed to recognize faces, avoid danger, cooperate with others, and find food. Evolution rewarded practical thinking, not perfect knowledge of the cosmos. Because of this, our minds rely on shortcuts called cognitive biases. These mental habits help us make quick decisions, but they also distort reality. We become overconfident in our beliefs. We notice evidence supporting our opinions while overlooking evidence against them. We often mistake familiarity for truth, even when we sincerely seek knowledge. The structure of our own minds can quietly limit what we are able to see. This means ignorance is not only about lacking information. Sometimes it comes from believing we already understand. One of the greatest philosophers in history, Socrates, became famous not because he claimed to know everything, but because he recognized the limits of his own knowledge. His wisdom began with a simple realization. Knowing how little you know may be the first step toward genuine understanding. Modern science follows a similar principle. Every scientific theory remains open to revision. Researchers actively search for evidence that could prove existing ideas incomplete or incorrect. This willingness to question even successful explanations is one of the greatest strengths of science. It accepts that certainty is temporary while curiosity remains permanent. Mathematics introduces another fascinating possibility. In the 20th century, Kurt Gödel demonstrated that within certain logical systems, there are true statements that cannot be proven using the rules of that system alone. Although this result applies specifically to mathematics, it suggests a profound idea. Some limits may be built into systems themselves. If the human mind is part of the universe it is trying to understand, perhaps there are truths that will always remain beyond our complete grasp. Imagine trying to read every book that will ever be written. Even if you never stopped reading, new books would continue appearing faster than you could finish them. Complete knowledge would remain forever out of reach. Reality may work in a similar way. The universe is so vast, so complex, and so deeply layered that finite beings may never exhaust its mysteries. But is this actually a tragedy? Many people assume ignorance is something purely negative. Yet curiosity exists only because ignorance exists. Exploration exists because questions remain unanswered. Wonder survives because mystery has not disappeared. Imagine a world where every child already knew everything. There would be no discoveries, no inventions, no philosophical debates, no scientific revolutions, and no moments of astonishment. The excitement of learning would vanish because there would be nothing left to learn. In that sense, ignorance is not merely an obstacle. It is the beginning of every meaningful journey. Every great discovery in history started with someone admitting they did not understand something. Every breakthrough began with a question. Every act of learning required the humility to accept uncertainty. The mystery becomes deeply personal when you consider your own life. Think about how many times certainty has given way to deeper understanding. Ideas you once believed completely may have changed through experience. People you thought you understood revealed unexpected sides of themselves. Even your understanding of yourself has probably transformed over the years. Growth happens because ignorance can be replaced with insight. But complete understanding always moves one step farther away. Perhaps this is not a flaw in human existence. Perhaps it is one of its greatest gifts. The universe may be too vast for any single mind to fully comprehend. There may always be questions beyond our reach, mysteries beyond our imagination, and truths waiting beyond the horizon of current knowledge. Yet, despite these limits, humanity continues asking questions. We continue exploring. We continue learning. Maybe the goal was never to eliminate ignorance completely. Maybe the purpose of intelligence is not to arrive at the final answer, but to keep expanding the small circle of light we carry through an endless landscape of mystery. And perhaps the greatest wisdom is not pretending that the darkness has disappeared, but recognizing that every step into the unknown is what makes the journey of being human so extraordinary. Does knowledge have ultimate limits? Picture yourself standing in the largest library ever imagined. Every shelf stretches farther than the eye can see, filled with books containing every scientific discovery, every historical event, every mathematical proof, and every secret of the universe. You spend an entire lifetime reading, then another lifetime, then 1,000 more. Yet every time you reach the end of one shelf, countless new shelves appear beyond it. At some point, you begin to wonder whether knowledge is something that can ever truly be completed, or whether the search itself has no final destination. Human beings have always believed that the next great discovery might answer everything. Ancient civilizations looked to the stars, hoping to understand existence. Later, science uncovered gravity, electricity, evolution, and the structure of atoms. Every breakthrough gave humanity the feeling that we were getting closer to the ultimate truth. But something unexpected kept happening. Every answer revealed even deeper questions. When Isaac Newton explained gravity, people celebrated a new understanding of the universe. Centuries later, Albert Einstein showed that gravity itself was only part of a much larger picture involving space and time. Then quantum physics revealed a microscopic world that behaved in ways even Einstein found difficult to accept. Every generation believed it was approaching the finish line, only to discover that the road stretched far beyond the horizon. This creates a fascinating possibility. Maybe knowledge does not grow like a staircase leading to one final answer. Maybe it grows like an expanding circle. Imagine drawing a small circle on a piece of paper. Everything inside the circle represents what humanity knows. Everything outside represents what remains unknown. As the circle grows larger, the area of knowledge increases. But so does the boundary where knowledge touches mystery. The more we discover, the more contact we have with questions we never knew existed. This means progress does not eliminate the unknown. It exposes more of it. Science itself seems to support this idea. Physicists have developed incredibly successful theories explaining much of reality. Yet they still cannot fully unite quantum mechanics with gravity. Astronomers have discovered that ordinary matter makes up only a small fraction of the universe. Most of reality appears to consist of dark matter and dark energy, phenomena that remain deeply mysterious. We have learned more about the cosmos than any previous generation, yet we also know that most of it is still unexplained. Then there is consciousness. Despite extraordinary advances in neuroscience, nobody fully understands why physical processes inside the brain produce subjective experience. Scientists can observe neurons firing, measure electrical activity, and map different regions of the brain, but the feeling of being aware remains one of the greatest unsolved puzzles in existence. This raises an uncomfortable question. Are these simply temporary mysteries waiting for better technology? Or are there truths that human beings will never be able to understand? Mathematics offers one of the strongest reasons to believe that knowledge may have built-in limits. In the early 20th century, the mathematician Kurt Gödel proved that within certain logical systems, there are statements that are true but cannot be proven using the rules of that system. This discovery shocked the mathematical world because it suggested that no sufficiently powerful logical system could explain every truth contained within itself. Although Gödel's work applies to formal mathematics, it inspired a much broader philosophical question. If logic itself has limits, could human knowledge have limits too? Psychology adds another layer to the mystery. The human brain evolved to survive on one small planet, not to understand every aspect of reality. Our senses detect only a tiny portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. We cannot naturally hear every sound, see every wavelength, or perceive every dimension that may exist. Technology extends our senses, but every tool we build is still interpreted through the human mind. This means every observation we make passes through biological limitations before becoming knowledge. Imagine asking a fish to explain mountains. The fish may become incredibly intelligent within its underwater world. It may develop mathematics, language, and science. But if it has never experienced dry land, some aspects of reality could remain permanently beyond its understanding. Could humanity be in a similar position? Perhaps there are features of existence that our minds simply were not built to comprehend. This possibility becomes even stranger when we think about higher dimensions or entirely different forms of intelligence. If another species evolved with senses completely unlike ours, it might perceive aspects of reality that remain invisible to humans. What we consider complete knowledge could appear as limited as a child's understanding from another perspective. Yet history teaches us to be careful before declaring something impossible. There was a time when invisible microorganisms seemed unimaginable. There was a time when flying through the air sounded like fantasy. There was a time when communicating instantly across continents appeared impossible. Again and again, human curiosity has crossed boundaries that once seemed absolute. So how do we distinguish between mysteries that are merely difficult and mysteries that are fundamentally unreachable? Perhaps we cannot. Perhaps every generation mistakes its current horizon for the edge of reality. Another fascinating question emerges when we think about artificial intelligence. If humans eventually create systems far more intelligent than themselves, those systems may solve problems that seem impossible today. But even then, would they reach a final understanding, or would they simply discover deeper mysteries beyond human imagination? Intelligence itself may not remove limits. It may simply move them farther away. There is also a profound emotional side to this question. People often imagine complete knowledge as the ultimate achievement. We dream of knowing every answer because uncertainty can feel uncomfortable. But imagine a life where every mystery had already been solved, every question answered, every secret revealed. Would curiosity survive? Would wonder still exist? Some of the most meaningful moments in life come from exploring what we do not yet understand. The excitement of discovery, the thrill of asking impossible questions, and the joy of slowly uncovering hidden truths all depend on the existence of the unknown. Perhaps limits are not failures. Perhaps they are what keep knowledge alive. Every child begins life by asking endless questions. Why is the sky blue? Why do people dream? Why does anything exist at all? That same curiosity has driven every scientist, philosopher, and explorer throughout history. The search continues not because humans have failed to understand reality, but because reality appears endlessly richer than our current understanding. Maybe ultimate knowledge is not a destination waiting at the end of the journey. Maybe it is a horizon that always moves as we approach it. The universe may contain truths forever beyond human reach, or it may simply be far more extraordinary than we have imagined so far. Either way, the greatest mystery is not that we have limits. It is that a collection of atoms somehow became capable of questioning those limits in the first place, and perhaps the endless pursuit of understanding is itself the closest humanity will ever come to touching the infinite. Are moral values universal or human creations? Imagine a child watching two strangers. One reaches down to help someone who has fallen. The other walks past without even looking. Almost instinctively, the child senses that one action feels right and the other feels wrong. No philosophy book has been read. No complicated theory has been explained. Yet the feeling appears almost immediately. This simple moment raises one of the oldest questions humanity has ever asked. Are some moral truths built into reality itself, or are they simply ideas humans created to help society survive? Every culture has rules about how people should treat one another. Honesty is praised, betrayal is condemned, compassion is admired, cruelty is feared. Although the details vary across history and different civilizations, the existence of morality itself seems almost universal. Wherever humans gather, questions about right and wrong eventually appear. But why? If morality is truly universal, then some actions would remain right or wrong, even if every person on earth believed otherwise. A society could approve of injustice, but that would not make injustice morally acceptable. In this view, morality is discovered rather than invented. Human beings do not create moral truth any more than they create gravity. They simply uncover principles that already exist. This idea feels comforting because it suggests there is a stable foundation beneath human disagreement. It means justice is more than popular opinion. It means kindness has value beyond convenience. It means there are truths about how conscious beings should treat one another, even when people fail to recognize them. History offers powerful reasons to consider this possibility. Many practices once accepted by entire civilizations are now widely viewed as deeply immoral. Slavery existed for thousands of years across different societies. Countless people believed it was normal. Yet today many argue that slavery was always wrong, even when millions accepted it. If morality were nothing more than social agreement, it would be difficult to explain how an entire culture could be morally mistaken. This suggests there may be standards that exist independently of public opinion. But another perspective challenges that conclusion. What if morality changes because humans change? Cultures develop through experience. Knowledge grows. Empathy expands. New generations question traditions that older generations accepted without hesitation. According to this view, morality is not discovered like a hidden law of nature. It evolves as human societies become more capable of understanding one another. Anthropologists have found remarkable differences in moral customs around the world. Different cultures disagree about family responsibilities, justice, punishment, marriage, and countless other issues. Behaviors considered honorable in one society may be criticized in another. If moral values were truly universal, why would so much disagreement exist? One possible answer is that cultures are exploring the same moral questions from different starting points. Just as different languages describe the same physical world using different words, different societies may express deeper moral principles in different ways. Another possibility is that morality is largely a human creation shaped by evolution. From an evolutionary perspective, cooperation increased the chances of survival. Early humans who helped one another, shared resources, and protected their communities often had greater success than those who lived entirely alone. Over thousands of generations, emotions such as empathy, guilt, gratitude, and fairness became deeply connected to social life. Modern psychology supports part of this idea. Studies suggest that even very young children often show early signs of fairness and concern for others. People also tend to react emotionally when witnessing unnecessary suffering or obvious injustice. These responses appear surprisingly consistent across different populations. But evolution explains how moral instincts may have developed. It does not necessarily explain whether those instincts are objectively right. Nature itself is not always compassionate. Animals compete for resources. Predators hunt prey. Survival often involves conflict. If morality comes only from evolution, then kindness and cruelty are simply different survival strategies shaped by changing environments. Most people find that conclusion unsatisfying. We usually believe that some actions deserve moral judgment, regardless of whether they increase survival. This is where philosophy becomes especially fascinating. Some thinkers argue that morality is rooted in reason. If every conscious being values its own well-being, then reason itself suggests respecting the well-being of others. Others argue that morality begins with empathy. The moment you recognize that another person experiences joy and suffering just as deeply as you do, a moral relationship naturally emerges. Perhaps morality begins with one extraordinary realization. You are not the only center of experience in the universe. Every person you meet carries invisible hopes, fears, memories, and dreams just as real as your own. Once you recognize that reality, treating others as though they are merely objects becomes much harder to justify. Yet even empathy has limits. People naturally feel stronger compassion for family than strangers. Communities often care more about those within their own group than those outside it. History shows that fear, prejudice, and misinformation can cause ordinary people to commit extraordinary acts of cruelty while believing they are doing the right thing. This reveals an uncomfortable truth. Our moral instincts can guide us, but they can also mislead us. That is why societies create laws, ethical principles, and systems of justice. These systems attempt to correct the weaknesses of individual emotion by encouraging careful reflection rather than immediate impulse. Still, no moral system has answered every question. Should saving many lives justify harming one innocent person? Does intention matter more than consequences? Can lying ever become the right choice if it prevents suffering? Every answer seems to create another difficult question. Perhaps morality is neither completely universal nor entirely invented. Imagine music. The laws of physics determine how sound behaves, but humans create melodies within those laws. Different cultures produce different styles of music, yet all music depends on the same physical principles. Maybe morality works in a similar way. The universe may contain certain facts about conscious experience. Pain hurts. Joy feels good. Fear and love shape behavior. Those realities are not created by opinion, but the ways humans build moral systems around those experiences may differ across cultures and history. In this sense, morality could emerge from the interaction between objective reality and human understanding. The existence of suffering is real. The question of how we should respond to that suffering is where philosophy begins. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not whether moral values are discovered or invented. Perhaps it is why the universe produced beings capable of caring about right and wrong at all. A collection of atoms somehow became capable of compassion, guilt, justice, sacrifice, and love. Matter organized itself into minds that argue passionately about how life ought to be lived. Maybe that is the most extraordinary fact of all. Whether morality comes from the structure of reality or from the human mind, its influence is undeniable. Every civilization has been shaped by it. Every meaningful relationship depends on it. Every important decision is guided by it. And perhaps the endless debate over where morality comes from is itself evidence that humans are not satisfied with simply existing. We also want to understand how existence should unfold, even if the final answer remains one of philosophy's greatest unanswered mysteries. Can logic explain every truth? Imagine having a perfect machine that could answer any question you ask. You enter a problem, and instantly it provides the correct answer. Every mystery solved, every argument settled, every uncertainty removed. It sounds like the ultimate achievement of human intelligence. But then a strange question appears. Could such a machine ever truly exist? Could logic itself explain every possible truth about reality? Or are there some questions that will always remain beyond the reach of reasoning? For thousands of years, humans have viewed logic as one of the most powerful tools for understanding existence. Logic allows us to separate true statements from false ones, build mathematical systems, develop scientific theories, and create arguments that reveal hidden connections. It seems like if we apply enough intelligence and careful reasoning, there should be nothing that cannot eventually be understood. But the deeper we explore logic, the more complicated the picture becomes. Logic can reveal extraordinary truths, yet logic itself may have limits. The first mystery appears when we ask what logic actually is. Is logic something that exists independently in the universe, like physical laws? Or is it a system created by human minds to organize thoughts? If logic is discovered, perhaps it represents the fundamental structure of reality itself. But if logic is invented, then maybe every logical system is simply a tool with certain boundaries. Either possibility creates profound questions. Mathematics provides one of the strongest examples of the power of logic. Using logical rules, humans have developed complex systems capable of describing everything from the movement of planets to the behavior of microscopic particles. A few simple assumptions can lead to entire worlds of knowledge. Mathematics shows that the human mind can uncover structures hidden beneath the surface of reality. But mathematics also revealed something unexpected. There may be truths that cannot be proven within a system. In the 20th century, mathematician Kierkegaard Gardel introduced a discovery that changed how people think about logic. His incompleteness theorems showed that certain mathematical systems powerful enough to describe arithmetic will always contain statements that are true, but cannot be proven using only the rules of that system. This means that even a perfectly consistent logical framework may not be able to explain everything about itself. Imagine a book that contains every rule for understanding its own pages. According to Jude Dell's ideas, there may always be some truths about the book that cannot be demonstrated using only the information inside the book itself. The implications are enormous. If mathematics, one of humanity's most precise logical systems, has limits, could the same be true for human understanding in general? This does not mean logic is weak. It means logic is powerful enough to reveal its own boundaries. Science provides another example of this complexity. Scientific reasoning has transformed our understanding of the universe. It has explained diseases, predicted planetary movements, and uncovered the hidden structure of matter. But science itself depends on assumptions that cannot be proven through science alone. For example, science assumes that the universe follows consistent patterns. It assumes that experiments performed today can tell us something meaningful about tomorrow. These assumptions are incredibly reasonable because they have worked repeatedly, but they are still philosophical foundations rather than conclusions proven by scientific methods. Logic depends on starting points, and those starting points raise new questions. This creates a strange situation. To use logic, we need principles of reasoning, but explaining why those principles themselves are valid requires another level of reasoning. Then explaining that level requires another foundation. It can feel like an endless staircase. Philosophers call this problem the issue of justification. Every belief seems to require support from another belief. But if every explanation requires another explanation forever, how do we ever reach a final foundation? Some philosophers argue that certain truths must simply be accepted as basic. Others believe reality itself provides the foundation. Some argue that the human mind is structured in a way that naturally recognizes certain logical principles. But none of these answers completely remove the mystery. The limits of logic become even more interesting when we examine consciousness. Your mind uses logic to think about reality, but the mind itself is part of the reality it is trying to understand. It is like a camera attempting to photograph itself without using a mirror. The tool doing the observing is also the object being observed. Can a system fully understand itself? This question appears in many areas of philosophy and science. A human brain can study neurons, analyze thoughts, and create theories about consciousness. But whether the brain can completely explain its own existence remains uncertain. Perhaps there are questions that are not logically impossible to answer, but impossible for a system like ours to fully comprehend. Psychology also reveals limitations in human reasoning. The brain evolved primarily for survival, not for perfect understanding. Humans often make logical mistakes, fall into contradictions, and rely on mental shortcuts. We can solve incredibly complex problems, yet we can also misunderstand simple situations because our thinking is influenced by emotions, biases, and limited perspectives. This does not mean humans cannot know truth. It means our access to truth may always be incomplete. Another mystery appears when we consider paradoxes. Some logical puzzles create situations where ordinary reasoning seems to break down. Statements that refer to themselves can produce strange contradictions. Questions about infinity can challenge everyday intuition. The existence of these problems suggests that reality may not always fit neatly into the categories created by human thought. Perhaps logic is like a map. A map can accurately represent a landscape, but no map contains the entire world. It selects certain features, ignores others, and provides a useful representation rather than a complete duplicate of reality. Logic may work the same way. It allows us to navigate existence, discover patterns, and build knowledge. But the universe itself may contain aspects that cannot be completely captured by any human system of reasoning. Yet there is something remarkable about this limitation. The fact that we can recognize the boundaries of logic is itself a product of logic. Humans are capable of examining their own methods of thinking and asking where those methods fail. We are not simply trapped inside our reasoning. We can analyze, question, and improve it. Maybe the goal of logic was never to provide an answer to every possible question. Maybe its purpose is to help us understand which questions can be answered, which assumptions we rely on, and where mystery begins. A universe with no limits would leave no room for curiosity. If every truth could be instantly known, exploration would lose its meaning. The unknown is not simply a gap waiting to be filled. It is the space where discovery happens. Perhaps logic does not fail because it cannot explain everything. Perhaps its greatest achievement is showing us how much more there is to understand. The universe contains patterns that the human mind can uncover, yet it may also contain truths forever beyond our reach. And maybe the deepest mystery is not whether logic can explain every truth, but how a small collection of matter inside the universe became capable of creating logic, questioning reality, and searching for answers among the endless unknown. Is perception a window to reality or a construct of the mind? Look at the world around you right now. The colors, the shapes, the sounds, the feeling of your surroundings all seem completely real. It feels like your senses are giving you direct access to reality itself. You see a tree, and you believe you are experiencing the tree exactly as it exists. You hear a song, and you feel as if the sound is simply entering your mind from the outside world. But what if that is not what is actually happening? What if perception is not a direct connection to reality, but a carefully constructed experience created by your brain? This possibility creates one of the deepest mysteries about human existence. Every thought, memory, emotion, and decision you have ever experienced has passed through perception first. Your entire understanding of the universe depends on the information your mind receives from the world. But how much of that information represents reality itself, and how much is created by the brain? The strange truth is that you never experience the world directly. You experience your brain's interpretation of the world. When you look at a red object, there is no actual redness traveling from the object into your mind. The object reflects certain wavelengths of light. Those signals enter your eyes, travel through your nervous system, and are processed by your brain. The experience of seeing red is created inside your consciousness. The same process happens with everything you perceive. Sound is not something you directly hear existing in the world. There are vibrations moving through the air. Your ears transform those vibrations into signals, and your brain creates the experience of sound. Touch works the same way. The sensation of warmth, pressure, or pain is not simply located in the object itself. It is the result of your nervous system interpreting information and producing an experience. This raises a fascinating question. If everything we experience is a construction created by the brain, are we actually experiencing reality or only a mental representation of it? Philosophers have debated this question for centuries. One perspective argues that perception gives us a reliable window into the world. According to this view, evolution shaped our senses to accurately represent important aspects of reality. Seeing objects, recognizing danger, hearing sounds, and understanding our environment helped humans survive. If perception was completely disconnected from reality, our ancestors would not have survived long enough to pass on their genes. From this perspective, our senses are not perfect, but they are generally trustworthy. They provide a useful picture of the world. However, another perspective suggests that perception is more like a controlled illusion. The brain does not simply record information like a camera. It actively interprets, predicts, and organizes sensory input. What you experience is not a raw version of reality. It is a model created by your brain to help you navigate existence. Psychology provides countless examples of this. Optical illusions reveal that what we see is not always what exists. Two objects can appear to be different sizes even when they are identical. Lines can appear to move when they are completely still. Colors can change depending on the surrounding environment. These illusions are not failures of the visual system. They reveal how perception works. The brain is not trying to show you reality exactly as it is. It is trying to create the most useful interpretation of reality. This makes sense from an evolutionary perspective. A human does not need perfect information about the universe to survive. A person escaping from a predator does not need to understand the exact physics of movement. They need a fast and effective perception that helps them react. Survival rewards usefulness, not necessarily complete accuracy. This idea becomes even stranger when we consider animals. Different creatures experience completely different versions of the world. Some animals can see ultraviolet light that humans cannot perceive. Some can detect magnetic fields. Some experience sounds far beyond the range of human hearing. A bee flying through a garden is not experiencing the same visual reality as a human standing nearby. So which creature sees the world correctly? Perhaps all of them do. Each organism experiences a version of reality shaped by its own biology. This suggests there may not be one single way the universe appears from the perspective of every conscious being. There may only be different interpretations created by different minds. The mystery becomes deeper when we consider dreams. During a dream, your brain creates an entire world. You can see places that do not exist, interact with people who are not physically present, and experience emotions connected to imaginary events. While dreaming, the experience can feel completely real. This reveals something important. The brain has the ability to create convincing realities from within itself. So how do we know we are not experiencing something similar while awake? This question has fascinated philosophers for centuries. René Descartes explored the possibility that our experiences could be misleading. He asked whether there was any way to prove that our perceptions accurately reflected the external world. Although modern science gives us strong reasons to believe an external reality exists, the philosophical problem remains. We never step outside our own consciousness to compare our experiences with reality itself. We only have the experiences our minds create. Neuroscience adds another layer to this mystery. Researchers have discovered that the brain is constantly predicting what it expects to experience. Perception is not just receiving information. It is a process where the brain combines incoming signals with previous knowledge and expectations. This explains why expectations can influence what we see and feel. If you expect something to hurt, your brain may increase the experience of pain. If you believe a treatment will help you, your brain can sometimes create real improvements through the placebo effect. Your beliefs and expectations can change your physical experience of reality. The mind does not simply observe the world. It participates in creating the experience of the world. But this does not mean reality is imaginary. A common misunderstanding is that if perception is constructed, then nothing is real. But a construction does not mean something is false. A map is constructed by humans, but it still represents a real landscape. A scientific model is created by the mind, but it can still accurately describe aspects of reality. Perhaps perception works the same way. The brain creates an internal model of the universe, and that model allows us to interact with the real world. The mystery is not whether perception is real or fake. The mystery is how a biological system can transform physical signals into a meaningful experience of existence. Some philosophers argue that consciousness does not reveal reality itself, but only appearances. Others believe that through science and careful reasoning, humans can gradually move closer to understanding the true nature of the world. Maybe perception is both a window and a construction. It is a window because it connects us to something beyond ourselves. Without perception, we could never experience the universe at all. But it is also a construction because everything we know about reality passes through the unique machinery of the mind. Perhaps the greatest mystery is not that we perceive the universe differently from how it truly is. Perhaps the mystery is that the universe contains beings capable of creating an inner world where reality becomes experience. The stars, oceans, mountains, and galaxies existed long before humans arrived. But only through consciousness did the universe gain something that could look back at it and ask what it truly is. Perception may never give us perfect access to reality, but it gives us something extraordinary, a way for the universe to become aware of itself. What is the true nature of cause and effect? Think about the last decision you made today. Maybe you picked up your phone, poured yourself a drink, or chose to keep watching this video instead of doing something else. It feels obvious that every action had a cause. You were thirsty, curious, or simply following a habit. Every event seems connected to the one before it, like an endless chain stretching backward through time. But then ask yourself one strange question. What actually makes one event cause another? Is cause and effect a real feature of the universe, or is it simply a pattern the human mind expects to see? At first, the answer seems almost too obvious. Strike a match and it lights. Push a glass off a table and it falls. Plant a seed and eventually a tree begins to grow. Our entire understanding of reality depends on the belief that causes produce effects. Science, technology, medicine, and even everyday life rely on this assumption. Without cause and effect, predicting anything would become impossible. Yet the deeper philosophers examined this idea, the stranger it became. The Scottish philosopher David Hume pointed out something unsettling. When you watch one billiard ball hit another, you see the first ball move. You see it make contact. Then you see the second ball begin moving. But do you ever actually observe the force that makes one event cause the next? Or do you simply witness two events happening one after another and assume they are connected? This may sound like a trick, but it reveals something profound. You never directly observe causation itself. You observe sequences. Your mind connects those sequences into stories of cause and effect because that is how it makes sense of the world. Imagine hearing thunder every single time after seeing lightning. After enough experiences, your brain expects one to follow the other. Eventually, the connection feels unquestionable. But according to Hume, what you truly experience is repetition, not the invisible necessity that one event must produce the other. This creates a fascinating mystery. Does the universe contain real causal connections, or does the human brain create the idea of causation because it is useful for survival? Psychology offers an interesting clue. The human mind is constantly searching for patterns. This ability helped our ancestors survive. If eating a certain plant caused illness, recognizing that connection could save lives. If dark clouds often came before heavy rain, noticing the pattern helped people prepare. Evolution rewarded brains that could predict the future by identifying relationships between events. But this ability also has a weakness. Sometimes we see causes where none exist. People often believe lucky objects bring success because good events happened after carrying them. Others assume unrelated events must be connected simply because they occurred close together. Superstitions, conspiracy theories, and false beliefs often grow from the brain's powerful desire to explain every outcome through clear causes. The mind prefers a meaningful story over unexplained randomness. Science attempts to solve this problem through careful testing. Instead of assuming one event causes another simply because they happen together, scientists perform controlled experiments. They isolate variables, repeat observations, and look for consistent evidence before claiming a causal relationship. This is why correlation does not automatically mean causation. Ice cream sales and swimming accidents often increase during the same season. That does not mean buying ice cream causes accidents. Both are influenced by warmer weather. Without careful investigation, the human brain can easily mistake coincidence for cause. But even science encounters deeper mysteries. Modern physics has revealed that reality does not always behave the way common sense expects. In quantum mechanics, tiny particles sometimes appear to behave in fundamentally unpredictable ways. Scientists can calculate probabilities with astonishing accuracy, but they cannot always predict the exact outcome of a single event. Some interpretations suggest that certain events occur without a definite cause in the traditional sense. If this is true, then the universe may not be completely governed by simple chains of cause and effect. Instead, probability itself may become part of reality. This possibility troubled many great thinkers because it challenged the idea of a perfectly ordered universe. If some events are genuinely uncertain, then perhaps causation is more complicated than humanity once believed. The mystery becomes even greater when we think about time. We naturally believe causes happen before effects. A seed comes before a tree. A spark comes before a fire. But according to modern physics, time itself is far stranger than everyday experience suggests. Space and time are woven together in ways that challenge ordinary intuition. Some equations describing the universe work almost equally well whether time moves forward or backward. So why do we experience such a clear direction from cause to effect? One explanation comes from entropy, the tendency for systems to move toward greater disorder over time. A broken glass does not magically reassemble itself because the overall direction of physical processes favors increasing disorder. This gives our universe a clear arrow of time, making causes appear to come before effects. Yet even this explanation leaves unanswered questions. Why does the universe have this direction in the first place? Why did it begin in a state that allows time to flow as we experience it? Then there is the mystery of human choice. When you decide to raise your hand, did your conscious decision cause your muscles to move? Or did unconscious brain activity begin the process before you became aware of deciding? Neuroscience has discovered that certain patterns of brain activity can appear moments before people report making a conscious decision. Some researchers argue this suggests the brain begins preparing actions before conscious awareness catches up. If that interpretation is correct, then the feeling of consciously causing our actions may not tell the whole story. Others argue that consciousness still plays an essential role by guiding, shaping, or approving those actions. The debate continues because understanding causation inside the human mind remains incredibly difficult. Perhaps cause and effect are not as simple as a straight line stretching through time. Imagine a spider's web instead. Every thread connects to countless others. Pull one strand and vibrations spread throughout the entire structure. Reality may work more like an interconnected network than a single chain. Every event influences countless future possibilities, while also being shaped by countless past conditions. Your existence itself is the result of unimaginable layers of causation. The formation of stars created the elements inside your body. The evolution of life made human consciousness possible. Every choice made by your ancestors contributed to the moment you are experiencing right now, and your next decision will become part of someone else's future. Perhaps causation is not simply about one event producing another. Perhaps it is the invisible structure connecting every moment in the history of the universe. Or perhaps it is a framework created by the human mind to navigate a reality too complex to fully understand. Either way, every question you ask, every choice you make, and every mystery you explore becomes another link in a chain stretching far beyond your own lifetime. And maybe the greatest mystery is not what causes what. Maybe it is why a universe governed by countless relationships eventually produced conscious beings capable of stepping outside those relationships, questioning them, and wondering whether cause and effect itself is one more mystery waiting to be understood. Can paradoxes ever be completely resolved? Imagine reading a single sentence that completely breaks your ability to think clearly. The sentence says, "This statement is false." If the sentence is true, then it must be false. But if it is false, then it must actually be true. Your mind begins moving in circles, searching for an answer that never arrives. It feels like a puzzle with a hidden solution, yet every attempt to solve it only creates another contradiction. This is the strange world of paradoxes, where logic seems to collide with itself and certainty begins to disappear. At first, paradoxes feel like simple word games. They seem like clever tricks designed to confuse people. But the deeper you look, the more surprising they become. Some of the greatest discoveries in mathematics, science, and philosophy were inspired by paradoxes. Instead of being meaningless mistakes, paradoxes often reveal hidden weaknesses in the way humans understand reality. Think about one of the oldest paradoxes ever imagined. A man named Achilles races a tortoise. The tortoise receives a small head start. Before Achilles can catch it, he must first reach the place where the tortoise began. But by then, the tortoise has moved slightly farther. Achilles must then reach that new point, but once again the tortoise has moved ahead. This process seems endless. According to the logic of the paradox, Achilles should never catch the tortoise, even though common sense tells us he obviously will. For centuries, this puzzle confused some of the greatest thinkers in history. The paradox was not solved by rejecting logic. It was solved by expanding mathematics. The development of calculus showed that an infinite number of smaller and smaller distances can still add up to a finite total. The paradox did not expose a flaw in reality. It exposed a limitation in the mathematical tools available at the time. This pattern appears again and again throughout history. Many paradoxes begin as impossible problems, but later become gateways to deeper understanding. Modern physics offers another fascinating example. Light behaves like a wave in some experiments and like a particle in others. These two descriptions seem impossible to combine because waves and particles appear to be completely different things. For years, scientists struggled with this contradiction. Eventually, quantum mechanics revealed that reality at the smallest scales does not always fit ordinary human categories. The paradox was not eliminated. Instead, scientists developed a broader framework capable of describing behavior that seemed impossible before. This suggests something remarkable. Perhaps paradoxes do not always mean reality is contradictory. Perhaps they reveal that our current way of thinking is incomplete. Psychology provides an interesting clue about why paradoxes affect us so deeply. The human brain evolved to organize the world into clear categories. We naturally separate true from false, possible from impossible, and cause from effect. These mental shortcuts help us survive because they allow quick decisions. But reality itself may not always fit neatly inside those categories. When we encounter a paradox, our brains experience cognitive conflict. Two ideas that both appear reasonable suddenly refuse to fit together. This creates mental discomfort because the brain wants a single, consistent answer. That discomfort often pushes us toward discovery. Some of humanity's greatest breakthroughs began with contradictions that refused to disappear. Albert Einstein noticed contradictions between the laws of motion and the behavior of light. Instead of ignoring them, he developed the theory of relativity, transforming our understanding of space and time. In this sense, paradoxes are not obstacles. They are invitations, but not every paradox has been resolved. Consider the famous grandfather paradox connected to time travel. Imagine traveling into the past and preventing your own grandfather from meeting your grandmother before your parent is born. If your parent is never born, then you are never born. But if you are never born, you could not travel back in time to change the past in the first place. The logic folds back onto itself. Scientists and philosophers have proposed many possible solutions. Some suggest that changing the past would create a different timeline. Others argue that the universe would somehow prevent contradictory events from happening. Some believe time travel to the past is impossible altogether. The important point is that no universally accepted solution exists. The paradox continues because our understanding of time itself remains incomplete. Mathematics also contains astonishing paradoxes. In the early 20th century, mathematicians discovered contradictions hidden inside certain logical systems. These discoveries forced researchers to rethink the foundations of mathematics itself. Rather than destroying mathematics, the paradoxes strengthened it by revealing assumptions that needed greater precision. This reveals an important lesson. Paradoxes often act like cracks in a wall. At first they appear to threaten the structure. Later they reveal hidden rooms that nobody knew existed. Philosophy takes this idea even further. Some thinkers argue that certain paradoxes can never be fully resolved because they arise whenever human language attempts to describe reality. Words divide the world into categories, but reality may not always respect those divisions. Take the question of identity. If every atom in your body is gradually replaced over time, are you still the same person? Every answer creates another question. If you say yes, then identity seems independent of physical matter. If you say no, then it becomes difficult to explain why you feel continuous throughout your life. The paradox may not disappear because the concept of identity itself contains layers that ordinary language struggles to express. There is another possibility that is even more fascinating. Perhaps some paradoxes are permanent features of existence. Imagine trying to draw a perfect map containing every detail of an entire country. If the map includes every detail, it would have to become as large as the country itself. It would stop being a useful map. Similarly, human understanding may always simplify reality. Whenever reality is more complex than the concepts used to describe it, paradoxes naturally emerge. This does not mean truth is impossible. It means every model has limits. The universe may simply be richer than the categories inside the human mind. Curiously, this possibility makes paradoxes less frightening. Instead of viewing them as failures of logic, we can see them as reminders that reality is often larger than our current understanding. Every generation inherits paradoxes from the one before it. Some disappear through new discoveries. Others remain, challenging future thinkers. And a few may never be resolved because they point toward mysteries woven into the structure of existence itself. Perhaps the goal was never to eliminate every paradox. Perhaps their purpose is to keep human curiosity alive. A world with no contradictions would leave little reason to question, explore, or rethink what we believe. But a universe filled with paradoxes continually pushes us beyond familiar ideas and toward deeper understanding. Maybe the greatest mystery is not whether every paradox can eventually be solved. Maybe it is why the universe allows contradictions to appear in minds capable of recognizing them. Because every paradox begins with confusion. But sometimes, hidden inside that confusion, lies the first glimpse of a truth that humanity has not yet learned how to see. Does human progress bring us closer to truth? A look back just a few hundred years. There was no internet, no airplanes, no satellites orbiting Earth. People did not know what DNA looked like, what caused most diseases, or that billions of galaxies existed beyond our own. Today, we carry more computing power in our pockets than entire nations once possessed. We can edit genes, observe black holes, and send machines beyond the edges of our solar system. Looking at this incredible journey, it feels natural to believe humanity is steadily moving closer to the ultimate truth. But then a difficult question emerges. Is progress actually leading us toward reality as it truly is, or are we simply replacing one incomplete understanding with another? Human history is filled with moments that seemed like the end of uncertainty. Ancient civilizations believed they understood the heavens. Then new discoveries overturned those beliefs. People once thought Earth stood at the center of the universe until astronomy revealed something astonishing. We were not the center at all. Later, scientists believed Newton's laws could explain everything. Then Einstein showed that space and time themselves were far stranger than anyone had imagined. Just when reality appeared understandable again, quantum physics introduced a microscopic world that challenged common sense once more. Again and again, certainty gave way to deeper mystery. This pattern raises an unsettling possibility. What if every generation mistakes its current understanding for the final picture? Science has undoubtedly transformed the human experience. Diseases that once killed millions can now be prevented or treated. We have explored the deepest oceans, landed on the moon, and detected planets orbiting distant stars. Every discovery expands the boundaries of human knowledge. But something equally remarkable happens with every breakthrough. The number of unanswered questions also grows. When astronomers developed better telescopes, they did not find a simpler universe. They found a larger one. When biologists uncovered the structure of DNA, they discovered countless new mysteries about genetics and evolution. When physicists explored atoms, they found an entire universe hidden inside matter itself. Knowledge does not simply replace ignorance. It reveals how much more there is to learn. Imagine carrying a flashlight through a dark forest. The farther your light reaches, the more trees become visible. But at the same time, the edge where light meets darkness also becomes larger. Progress works in much the same way. Every new discovery expands the border between what we know and what remains unknown. This is one reason why many scientists become more humble as they learn more. The deeper they explore reality, the more they recognize its complexity. Psychology reveals another fascinating challenge. Human beings rarely experience facts without interpretation. Our brains naturally organize information into stories that make sense to us. We notice patterns, build beliefs, and filter reality through memory, emotion, and expectation. These mental shortcuts help us navigate everyday life, but they can also create illusions of certainty. Researchers have identified cognitive biases that influence nearly every decision we make. We often seek evidence that confirms what we already believe while overlooking information that challenges our views. We become overconfident in our conclusions. We confuse confidence with accuracy. This means progress is not simply about collecting more information. It also requires learning how to question ourselves. The scientific method became one of humanity's greatest inventions because it recognizes this weakness. Scientists do not rely only on intuition. They test ideas, repeat experiments, invite criticism, and allow old theories to be replaced when stronger evidence appears. Progress happens not because humans are always right, but because we have developed systems that allow us to correct our mistakes. That may be the most extraordinary feature of science. Its strength lies in admitting it can be wrong. Yet even science has limits. Some questions remain beyond direct observation. What existed before the beginning of the universe? Why do the fundamental laws of nature have the values they do? How does consciousness arise from physical matter? Scientists continue searching, but no complete answers have emerged. This does not mean those questions are impossible. It simply reminds us that progress does not guarantee complete understanding. Technology creates another interesting illusion. Every generation experiences more powerful tools than the one before it. Faster computers, artificial intelligence, space telescopes, and advanced medical technology all create the feeling that humanity is rapidly approaching total knowledge. But better tools do not automatically produce final answers. A microscope reveals details invisible to the naked eye, but those details often create even deeper questions. Artificial intelligence can process enormous amounts of data, yet it still depends on human understanding to ask meaningful questions and interpret results. Every new tool opens another door. Behind that door waits another hallway filled with mysteries. There is also a philosophical question hiding beneath all of this. What does it actually mean to get closer to truth? Imagine drawing a map of an island. The first map is rough and incomplete, Later maps become more accurate as explorers gather better information. Eventually, the map represents the island with remarkable precision. This suggests that progress can move us closer to truth even if perfection remains impossible. Perhaps human knowledge works the same way. Our understanding becomes increasingly accurate without ever becoming absolutely complete. Some philosophers call this an asymptotic journey. Like approaching the horizon, we may continually move closer without ever fully arriving. Others disagree. They argue that every theory is shaped by the language, culture, and assumptions of its time. Future generations may view our greatest discoveries the same way we view many ancient beliefs today. From this perspective, progress is less like climbing a mountain and more like constantly changing the map itself. Both views contain something important. History shows genuine improvement in our ability to predict, explain, and interact with reality. History also shows that every confident generation eventually discovers how incomplete its understanding really was. Perhaps truth is not a destination waiting at the end of history. Perhaps it is an endless direction. Every answer becomes the starting point for another question. Every discovery reshapes the questions that follow. Humanity advances not because mystery disappears, but because curiosity refuses to stop. Maybe this is exactly how progress is supposed to work, not as a march toward absolute certainty, but as a continuous refinement of understanding. The universe remains astonishingly vast. Most of its matter is still mysterious. Consciousness continues to puzzle scientists and philosophers alike. Questions about existence, time, and reality remain open despite centuries of investigation. Yet humanity keeps searching. We build better instruments. We ask better questions. We challenge old assumptions. And with every generation, our picture of reality becomes a little clearer, even as the unknown grows around it. Perhaps the greatest achievement of human progress is not that it brings us to the final truth. Perhaps its greatest achievement is teaching us that truth is far deeper than we first imagined. Because the closer we move toward understanding the universe, the more extraordinary the universe becomes. And maybe that endless journey toward greater understanding, rather than the arrival itself, is what has always defined what it means to be human. Is certainty impossible in philosophy? Think about the strongest belief you have ever held. Maybe it was something you were absolutely convinced was true, something you would have defended without hesitation. Now imagine discovering years later that you were completely wrong. Almost everyone has experienced this at least once. What once felt undeniable slowly collapsed under new evidence, deeper reflection, or a different perspective. If certainty can disappear so easily in everyday life, what happens when we ask the biggest questions of all? Questions about reality, consciousness, morality, free will, or the meaning of existence. Is absolute certainty something philosophy can ever achieve, or is uncertainty an unavoidable part of the search for truth? Unlike mathematics, philosophy rarely offers final answers that everyone accepts. For thousands of years, brilliant thinkers have debated the same questions without reaching complete agreement. Every generation produces new arguments, new ideas, and new ways of understanding reality. Yet the questions remain alive. At first, this might seem like failure. If philosophy cannot settle its greatest debates, what is the point of it? But perhaps that conclusion misses something important. Philosophy is not only about finding answers. It is about examining the assumptions hidden beneath every answer. Imagine asking a simple question. How do you know the world around you is real? Your first instinct might be to point to your senses. You can see, hear, touch, and interact with the world. That feels like proof. But then another question appears. How do you know your senses are reliable? You may answer that they usually work. Then someone asks how you know they usually work. Every explanation seems to depend on another explanation. The deeper you go, the harder certainty becomes. This endless search for justification has fascinated philosophers for centuries because it reveals something unexpected. Many of the beliefs we rely on every day rest on foundations we rarely examine. One of the most famous examples comes from the philosopher René Descartes. He wanted to discover something that could not possibly be doubted. So he questioned everything. He doubted his senses because they sometimes deceive him. He doubted his memories because they could be mistaken. He even wondered whether reality itself might be an illusion. After stripping away every uncertain belief, he reached one conclusion. The very act of doubting proved that someone was doing the doubting. Even if everything else were false, the existence of conscious thought itself seemed impossible to deny. Yet even that conclusion sparked centuries of debate. Philosophy has a remarkable way of turning every answer into another question. Psychology gives us another reason to be cautious about certainty. The human brain naturally seeks confidence because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. We prefer clear answers over complicated possibilities. Studies have shown that people often become more confident in their beliefs than the available evidence actually justifies. We mistake familiarity for truth. We assume repeated ideas must be correct. We become attached to conclusions because they provide emotional security rather than because they are unquestionably accurate. This tendency creates an interesting paradox. Sometimes the people who sound most certain are not the ones with the strongest understanding. Those who study difficult subjects often become more aware of how much remains unknown. Science demonstrates this beautifully. The greatest scientists rarely claim absolute certainty. Instead, they build theories supported by evidence while remaining open to revision. Scientific knowledge grows because researchers actively search for mistakes, challenge existing ideas, and improve explanations over time. Philosophy shares this spirit. Rather than protecting certainty, it often protects curiosity. That does not mean philosophy rejects truth. It means philosophy recognizes how difficult truth can be to establish with complete confidence. Take morality as an example. People disagree about what makes an action right or wrong. Some focus on consequences. Others focus on intentions. Others believe morality comes from universal principles or human empathy. Each position contains powerful arguments. Can one of them be absolutely certain? Or do they each reveal part of a larger picture that no single theory completely captures? The same uncertainty appears when discussing consciousness. Scientists can observe the brain with astonishing detail, yet nobody fully understands why physical processes create subjective experience. Philosophers continue proposing different explanations, but no single theory has ended the debate. The mystery remains, not because people have stopped searching, but because the question itself may be deeper than current human understanding. Some philosophers argue that certainty is impossible because every belief depends on assumptions that cannot themselves be proven without using further assumptions. Others believe certain truths exist but are extremely difficult to identify with complete confidence. This distinction matters. Saying certainty is difficult is not the same as saying truth does not exist. Reality may have definite answers even if human beings struggle to reach them. Imagine climbing a mountain hidden inside thick clouds. The summit exists whether or not you can see it. But while climbing, your view remains limited. You move closer with every step, yet complete certainty about the landscape may remain impossible until you reach the top. Philosophy often feels like climbing that mountain. Every argument provides a higher viewpoint. Every new perspective reveals hidden details. Yet the horizon keeps expanding. Curiously, this uncertainty may actually be one of philosophy's greatest strengths. Absolute certainty can close the mind. Once someone believes they possess every answer, curiosity begins to fade. Questions become threats instead of opportunities. Growth slows because exploration no longer feels necessary. Philosophy encourages the opposite attitude. It invites people to challenge even their strongest beliefs. It teaches that changing your mind is not weakness. It is evidence that learning is still happening. Throughout history, humanity has repeatedly abandoned ideas once considered unquestionable. The Earth was not the center of the universe. Time was not as absolute as people believed. Matter was not as simple as it appeared. Every major breakthrough required someone willing to question what seemed certain. Perhaps certainty itself can become an obstacle. The willingness to doubt may be one of humanity's greatest intellectual tools. Maybe philosophy was never meant to provide final answers carved permanently into reality. Maybe its true purpose is to sharpen the questions we ask, expose hidden assumptions, and keep the search for understanding alive. The universe may contain truths that never change, but the human journey toward those truths is filled with uncertainty, revision, and discovery. And perhaps that is exactly why philosophy has survived for thousands of years. Not because it eliminates mystery, but because it teaches us how to think clearly while living alongside it. Maybe absolute certainty will always remain beyond our reach. Yet the endless pursuit of wisdom, guided by reason, humility, and curiosity, may bring us closer to truth than certainty alone ever could. Will philosophy ever reach final answers? Imagine a day when every philosophical question has finally been answered. Every debate settled forever. We know exactly what consciousness is. We know whether free will exists. We know the true nature of time, the meaning of existence, and the foundation of morality. Every university closes its philosophy departments because there is simply nothing left to discuss. At first, that sounds like humanity's greatest victory. But after a moment, another question quietly appears. If philosophy ever reached its final answers, would it still be philosophy? For more than 2,000 years, philosophers have wrestled with the same enormous mysteries. What is reality? What is knowledge? What makes something true? Why do we exist? Every generation has produced brilliant minds convinced they were moving closer to the ultimate answers. Yet every answer has also inspired new questions that nobody expected. This pattern is impossible to ignore. Instead of shrinking, philosophy seems to grow more complex with every attempt to solve it. Think about the history of human thought. Ancient philosophers wondered what everything was made of. Some believed reality was composed of earth, water, air, and fire. Later, science revealed atoms. Then atoms were found to contain smaller particles. Those particles led to quantum physics, where reality became stranger than anyone had imagined. A question that once seemed simple opened into an entirely new universe of mystery. The same thing has happened with almost every major philosophical problem. Questions about the mind led to neuroscience. Questions about morality led to psychology and evolutionary biology. Questions about the universe gave birth to modern physics and cosmology. Yet even after all these discoveries, the deepest philosophical questions remain alive. Science can explain how neurons communicate, but it still struggles to explain why consciousness exists at all. Physics can describe the evolution of the universe, yet it cannot fully explain why there is a universe instead of nothing. Progress has been extraordinary. Final answers remain elusive. This raises a fascinating possibility. Perhaps philosophy is different from other fields of knowledge. Mathematics often reaches definite conclusions once a proof is established. Engineering solves practical problems through testing and design. Medicine continually improves treatments through evidence. Philosophy asks questions that often lie beneath every other discipline. Before science can investigate reality, philosophy asks what reality actually is. Before knowledge can be trusted, philosophy asks what knowledge means. Before morality can guide society, philosophy asks why any moral rule should matter. In this sense, philosophy examines the foundations that other fields often assume. That makes its questions unusually difficult. Psychology also explains why final answers may always remain just beyond reach. The human brain naturally seeks certainty because uncertainty creates discomfort. We want clear conclusions, stable beliefs, and permanent explanations. But our minds are also limited. We experience the universe through senses that reveal only part of reality. We interpret information through memory, emotion, language, and culture. Every answer we create passes through the limits of human perception. This does not make truth impossible, but it may make complete certainty incredibly difficult. Imagine trying to understand an entire ocean while standing on a single beach. You can observe the waves. You can study the tides. You can even sail across enormous distances, but the ocean always extends beyond your current view. Perhaps philosophy works the same way. Every answer expands our understanding while revealing an even larger horizon of unanswered questions. History repeatedly teaches this lesson. The philosopher Socrates became famous not because he claimed to possess ultimate wisdom, but because he recognized how little he truly knew. His willingness to question assumptions became more valuable than pretending to possess complete certainty. Centuries later, this attitude still shapes philosophy. Instead of protecting fixed conclusions, philosophy encourages constant examination. Every argument invites criticism. Every conclusion remains open to challenge. Every theory must survive new perspectives. Some people see this as weakness. Others see it as philosophy's greatest strength. Consider how often humanity has mistaken temporary certainty for final truth. People once believed the sun revolved around Earth. Many believed diseases were caused by supernatural forces. Some thought time and space were absolute until Einstein transformed our understanding of both. Every era has confidently declared certain questions settled. History has repeatedly responded with surprise. This does not mean progress is an illusion. Human understanding has clearly advanced. We know vastly more about reality than our ancestors did. Our explanations have become more accurate, more detailed, and more reliable. But every improvement also uncovers deeper mysteries. Artificial intelligence provides an interesting example. As machines become increasingly capable of solving complex problems, some wonder whether they might eventually answer philosophical questions beyond human ability. But even if an intelligence far greater than ours appeared tomorrow, would philosophy end? Probably not. An advanced intelligence might explain consciousness in extraordinary detail. It might reveal hidden structures of reality that humans never imagined. Yet those discoveries would almost certainly create entirely new questions. If consciousness were fully explained, people would immediately ask why that explanation itself is true. If the origin of the universe were discovered, people would ask why those laws exist instead of different ones. Every answer seems to create another layer of mystery. This suggests something profound. Perhaps philosophy is not a staircase leading toward one final destination. Perhaps it is an endless conversation that evolves alongside human understanding. As reality reveals new secrets, philosophy develops new questions capable of exploring them. The search itself never truly ends, because existence is richer than any single explanation. There is also something deeply human about this endless pursuit. People often imagine that having every answer would bring complete satisfaction. But curiosity does not work that way. The moment one mystery disappears, another appears in its place. Wonder survives because reality continues to surprise us. Maybe that is why philosophy has remained alive through every civilization, every scientific revolution, and every technological breakthrough. Its purpose may never have been to collect permanent answers. Its purpose may be to keep asking better questions, questions that challenge certainty, questions that expose hidden assumptions, questions that force humanity to look beyond what feels obvious. Perhaps the greatest philosophical achievement will never be reaching a final answer. Perhaps it will be developing a deeper understanding of why some questions remain endlessly meaningful. The universe may contain ultimate truths waiting to be discovered, or it may be so vast that every answer simply opens another doorway into the unknown. Either way, philosophy continues because the human mind refuses to stop wondering. And maybe the final answer that philosophy has been searching for all along is not a single conclusion about reality. Maybe it is the realization that the endless search for wisdom is itself one of the most meaningful parts of being human.